இதில் இப்போ பண்ண முடியாதுண்ணா. அங்கே வந்து தான் பண்ண முடியாது. இதில் வந்து டிஸ்பிளே காமிக்காது லைவ்ல. ரெடி. கட் பண்ணிங்க. நான் கட் பண்ணிங்க. வருவாங்க. ஏன்னா அங்கே வெளியே தான் எல்லாம் வெளியே தான். ஆ ஆரம்பிச்சா அண்ணா 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 ஒரு நிமிஷம் கட் பண்ணிக்கிறீங்களா? ஸ்டேஜ் வீடியோ Land. Sir, please sit here, sir.
Sir, please, sir.
Sir, photo.
Sir, please.
Sir, please sit here. Sir, here, sir. Okay, thank you.
மொபைல் எத்தனை Speakers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Confederation of Indian Industry, it is my privilege to welcome you all to the CI International Rail Coach Conference with the theme Shaping the Future of Rail Coaches, Innovation, Sustainability and Global Leadership. I am Lydia Gracelyn from CII along with Mr. Akshar, Works Manager at ICF. We have the honor of taking you through the deliberations today. To begin the today's proceedings, we will now have the Tamil Thai Vaalithu. I request all the dignitaries and participants to please rise for the Tamil Thai Vaalithu. Thank you all. To mark the formal inauguration of the conference, we will now proceed with the ceremonial lamp lighting. I now invite the dignitaries to please come forward to light the lamp. I now invite the following dignitaries: Mr. A.R. Unikrishnan, Chairman, CII Tamil Nadu State Council and Managing Director, Glass Group Solution, Saint Gobain India Private Limited; Mr. P. T.Rajan, Chairman, CII Trade Fairs Council and Managing Director, Blue Stars Limited; Mr. Narayan Sethuraman, Co-Chairman, CII Trade Policy Council and CII International Council and Managing Director, Sanmar Matrix Metal Limited; Dr. Deepak Tripathi, Director, Technical Rights; Dr. Dares Ahmad IAS, Managing Director and CEO, Guidance Tamil Nadu Industries Investment Promotion and Commerce Department, Government of Tamil Nadu; Sri Subbarao, General Manager, Integral Coach Factory; Sri NSR Prasad, Principal Chief Mechanical Engineer, Integral Coach Factory. please occupy the seats on the dais.
Set ಇದನ್ನ yes. కొంచెం ఇప్పుడు
there and then said that, can we, sir, do this at that particular place? And he heard us very patiently and then actually told us that, why are you looking at the entire thing so small? My idea is to actually make it a little big. So you have seen that parade ground already. Why don't you go and have a look at the place at this stadium? It has a much better place and a much bigger place as well. We from CIF were a little bit conservative that whether we will be able to, in the first edition itself, will be able to pull it off to that level or not. But all thanks to you, sir, and all your officials that they were so helping us, pushing us to be able to put together an exhibition of this scale, sir. So all thanks to you, sir, for all your help, support, guidance that you have provided to CIF for bringing us to this exhibition to where we are right now, sir. So just setting this context was, so now may I request Mr. A.R. Unikrishnan, the chairman of the CII Tamil Nadu State and the managing director of the Glass Group Solutions for the St. Gobain India Private Limited, to deliver his opening remarks, please.
All the dignitaries on the dais, all the senior officials from the railways and ICF, all my industry colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure that this particular conference and expo is happening here in Chennai and in Tamil Nadu. It's a great honor for all of us from the state. On behalf of Confederation of Indian Industry, let me extend a very warm welcome to everyone who is present here, all the exhibitors, all the industry representatives, all the officials, to this very important expo, which is really looking at shaping the future of rail coaches. I think we are at a very momentous occasion in terms of the transformation that is happening to Indian railways in general, and in particular Tamil Nadu, and it's been really the flag bearer for the railway coaches for decades together. So really happy the kind of transformation that is happening to ICF. And most importantly, Tamil Nadu has an excellent industry ecosystem, thanks to the automotive industry and many other sectors which are present. So we have, whether it's large industries who can really, make castings or many other components from that point of view, to a very vast network of MSMEs, medium and small enterprises. I think there's a huge network available in Tamil Nadu which can really cater to, it's not just only, self-reliant from a country point of view, it can even be a self-reliant from a state point of view. So from that point of view, it's very important that this conference is happening. This should really also help in terms of a lot more discussion and deliberation happening amongst the different stakeholders from the industry, and that should really, I think the general manager was telling while we were on the exhibition, that the idea of this is to really create more ideas. Therefore, more people come together, and that's how, you have innovation and you have new designs, new ideas who are generated from that. And most importantly, this expo and the conference should trigger further expansion of the ecosystem and really upgrading the ecosystem, industry ecosystem available in the state to cater to not just today's rail network and what is required, but even 10 years, 15 years, 20 years from now, as we are marching towards, the dream of a developed nations. So once again, it's a great pleasure to be, hosting this in CII in Tamil Nadu, in our state. And I wish all the best to all the delegates to have a very insightful conference today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Unikrishnan. With this, may I request Mr. B. T.Rajan, the chairman of the CI Trade Fairs Council and the managing director of Blue Star Limited, to deliver the special address, please.
Sri U. Subbarao, General Manager, Integral Coach Factory. Dr. Dares Ahmed, Managing Director and CEO of Guidance Tamil Nadu Industries, Investment Promotion, Commerce Department, Government of Tamil Nadu. Dr. Deepak Tripathi, Director, Technical of Rides. Sri NSR Prasad, Principal Chief Mechanical Engineer, Integral Coach Factory. My colleagues from CI, Narayan, Unnikrishnan, and Ankur, ladies and gentlemen, friends from the media, a very good morning to everyone. I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude to the Ministry of Railways for their continued support, guidance, and strong partnership with CII in advancing the growth and modernization of India's rail transportation network. I would also like to place on record our heartfelt thanks to Sri Subbarao for his wholehearted support in making both the International Railway Coach Exhibition and International Rail Coach Conference possible, as Ankur mentioned. Within record time, we could pull this off, as Ankur explained. And I have seen many maiden editions of expos within CII. In the very first edition, that kind of response and enthusiasm that we are witnessing here today, I haven't seen. I'm thankful to Mr. Subbarao, as well as the Integral Coach Factory officials, who all have worked day and night to make this day a memorable one for the railway coach industry ecosystem, CII, and the Indian Railways, and India as a whole. I was telling your general manager that the Atmanirbhar Bharat is known to us from perhaps around the COVID time. It gained momentum. But way back in 50s, to have envisioned that India needs self-reliant manufacturing, and to have gone ahead and set up this facility, which has grown from time to time. And I saw that you are crossing cumulative coach production of around 85,000 units. And I am sure within a couple of years, you will cross that important milestone of 100,000 or 1 lakh coach units. And indeed, an event should take place, and at that time, the next edition of this particular expo should happen. I also mentioned to him that your Platinum Jubilee is not far away. When you will celebrate, I suppose, in an extraordinary way, India will celebrate definitely, and I suppose Prime Minister or President will be here because it is iconic that an institution set up in Chennai has become one of the world famous, and I think it will rank #1 in the world in terms of the products that it produces and the technology that it delivers. Within Blue Star, I used to meet my colleagues. All of them will be with some long phases and worries that today they will have some LNG or PNG issue, or there is some dispatches to take place, or there is some import restriction, there is some copper price escalation. And one of the programs that personally I drive is how to smile, how to be enthusiastic. And I must tell you, in ICF, the moment I entered, I just can't believe that all of you are very enthusiastic, smiling, energetic. And I compliment you for that. That energizes me. And I used to pride myself as I walk fast, nobody can. But right from your general manager, all of you walk very fast. And that energy is infectious, and we should emulate from you. And the friendship and the network that you have got, and the way you interact with each one of you amongst yourselves and exchange ideas is remarkable. I saw the general manager of Calcutta Metro walking in, and he had like a magnet, so many people getting attracted to him, and that exchange is remarkable. Thank you for coming over here, sir. So we all learn through interactions. I don't believe that it is happening only through books or some WhatsApp messages or videos. Each moment I learned this in a hard way, that what to pick up, where and how. And in the car from the exhibition venue to here, your general manager provided a remarkable insight. We in private sector think that we have mastered quality and the public sector will have to, which is not true. We have a long way to go. And Mr. Subbarao explained that our next mission for the country, like the Swachh Bharat or Atmanirbhar Bharat, the next mission will have to be quality if we have to leap forward to the next stage. And this exhibition is about that where the interactions will take place and how people can in B2B, B2C, and how we can widen that knowledge and to propel India to the next level. In CII, we have got 2 other properties. The biggest one is International Railway Equipment Expo, IRE, it is called, once in 2 years. The last year was the 16th edition, and close to around 25,000 to 30,000 square meters. And it was a real international show that we had to regret 3 months earlier that we don't have space. As you can imagine, when it is a railway equipment, you need a huge infrastructure and space, and even the foundation has to be created. And we were very happy that we have grown more than 30% in that edition. And Honorable Minister of Railways, when he spoke, in the welcome address we have mentioned how we have grown, and he said that it is not enough. We have to emulate InnoTrans and why we should not be there. That is the expectation. We are able to aspire to that. We have within CII that how within 5 years we can reach that kind of level. The equipment manufacturers are there, technology is there to showcase, but the space is one of the constraints. Coming back to the second event, which is Rail, which takes place in RDS for Lucknow, again once in 2 years, end of this year in November or December it will take place. That is the second largest show where we have reached around 10,000 square meters. And I realize, and I keep telling about this, if private companies want to recruit research and development executives, Lucknow RDSO is the place. Whichever be the industry, we can poach people from there. Joe Valia used to say this. It has got remarkable talent in every respect, whether it is electronics, metallurgical, material science, numerous technologies. Railway has built it over the time. Again, coming back to manufacturing, there is so much to learn from Integral Coach Factory. This exhibition today, around 8,000 square meter, we have started off, and I am certain that it will grow from strength to strength year after year. And by the time you celebrate your Platinum Jubilee, I think it will be one of the exhibitions that attracts huge number of participants from all over India. The space is the only constraint that we have got, and otherwise CII is capable of, willing to, and committed to make these shows through which the knowledge spreads, and it is not only large companies, the MSMEs also benefit. And I also take pride in the fact that Ankur pointed out to me that I am the immediate chair of Indian Green Building Council. We could see your green building certified as well. So keeping sustainability also in the forefront, you are demonstrating your commitment to that as well. The numerous jobs that are getting created through ICF itself and through your vendor ecosystem is also a testimony. And we are second to none. And your general manager mentioned that we can export, but the domestic demand is so very high, we are not able to cater to. Otherwise, ICF, it's not only makes for India, it makes for the world with Indian technology. And I hail from this place. I do not live here because of my profession, but I take pride in the fact that Chennai, as a school student, I have admired this, that this was set up, I think, a couple of years before I was born. And ICF has been iconic. On this occasion, I once again thank Mr. Subbarao and all the ICF officials, and I also compliment you for making India proud. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. T.Rajan. May I now request Mr. Narayan Sethuraman, the co-chairman of the CII Trade Policy Council and the CII International Council, and also the managing director of Sanmar Matrix Metals Limited, to deliver his address, please.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It's a privilege to be here today as part of the International Rail Coach Expo and Conference. Truly, India's rail sector stands at a defining moment of transformation. With the strong vision and leadership of the Ministry of Railways, Indian Railways is undertaking one of the most ambitious modernization programs in the world, spanning infrastructure, electrification, digitization, and next-generation rolling stock. Within this transformation, rail coaches represent a critical interface between technology and passenger experience. The evolution of coach design, safety systems, materials, and onboard technologies will play a key role in shaping the future of rail mobility in India. The theme of this conference, Future-Ready Railways, Innovation, Integration, and Global Partnerships, is therefore extremely timely. From an industry and trade perspective, I believe that three priorities will be particularly important as India strengthens its rail manufacturing ecosystem. First, strengthening domestic manufacturing and execution capability. I can share that I was in Tokyo just a week back, leading the CII delegation to Japan. and we had a good discussion on the, the high-speed rail project, the fact that additional corridors have been announced, in the readiness of the overall Indian business ecosystem for execution. And there's tremendous opportunity. And it is in this context also that we should recognize that the world is looking at India today. World wants to participate in India's rail ecosystem. You name it, whether it's companies in Japan, companies in Europe, everybody is here wanting to play a role and partner with domestic industry. And there's tremendous opportunity available. While we have built significant capacity in rolling stock production through, with iconic ICF leading the way, there is also now increasing participation from the private sector. Continued investment in advanced materials, manufacturing technologies, and supply chain capabilities will further enhance India's competitiveness in the global rail market. Related and allied is deeper global collaboration and technology partnerships. Railways across the world are undergoing rapid transformation driven by sustainability, digitalization, and passenger-centric design. Platforms such as this conference provide an important opportunity for Indian industry to collaborate with global technology leaders and jointly develop solutions suited for both domestic and international markets. Third, strengthening India's position as a global hub for railway manufacturing and exports. As global demand grows for modern, energy-efficient, and safe rolling stock, India has a strong opportunity to emerge as a trusted supplier of rail technologies, components, and complete coach systems to international markets. In this context, I would like to share our own experience at Sanmar. We are today one of the leading suppliers of steel cast components, be it center pivots, be it spring parts, be it the main cross beams, etc., for under chassis and frame bogie products. We started in a small way with the Madhepura project, and today our products run in about 16 countries across the globe, and we ship on a monthly basis to about 16 countries. And I would like to highlight, and you can go to forgings, you can go to a number of fabricated products. The opportunity is immense. One of the earlier speakers raised the point about SMEs and MSMEs. I would say that when you produce for Indian Railways and the railway ecosystem here, I will guarantee you that our quality is equal and on par with the rest of the world. In fact, producing for the specifications laid down by Indian Railways is what I would say today has helped us to truly, and in our journey to become a global supplier of cast products for the global network. In this context, further policy alignment, standards harmonization, and strong industry-government collaboration will be essential to support export readiness and global integration. Events such as the International Rail Coach Conference and Exhibition play a very important role in bringing together policymakers, railway leaders, manufacturers, and innovators under one platform. They enable knowledge exchange, showcase technological advancements, and help build partnerships that will shape the next phase of growth for the rail sector. I wish this conference and exhibition great success and look forward to the productive and future-looking deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. T.Rajan. I now have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Deepak Tripathi, Director Technical for Rights, to deliver his address, please.
Dignitaries on the dais, senior railway officers from the ministry, zonal railways, ICF. I will start with thanking the CIA and ICF, especially to the GM ICF for inviting me to this event and allowing me to share my views from this August forum. To be very frank, we have been having a lot of such events with this country in various places, but then especially focusing on a very pertinent subject, which relates to the building export potential for the coaches, especially for the coaches. This subject, the event on this subject was much needed way before. I think when the way we started building Vande Bharat coaches, so talk started going to now maybe we have now the capability to go to the world. I congratulate ICF and the CIA for having this event, and hope that such engagements will continue further, because it requires a lot of deliberations, engagement. Ultimately, as one of the speakers has mentioned, that it's not only about design and product and manufacturing, it's about the building an ecosystem. And while we have most of the participants here from the design and manufacturing side, they come with the perspective of the manufacturing. I come from rights, and I would like to give the perspective from the market side, from the client side, and as an exporter. So before this, before I share my personal views and experiences on what exactly, in which direction we should be going and how should we going, just a brief of what RITES has done so far, where RITES stands today, and the way it is looking forward to. Obviously, with the support of our Ministry of Railways, other ministries, the Indian Railways Production Units, RDSO, and the industry per se. So we started, 1995 was the first year, way back, almost 30 years back, when we started exporting rolling stock. And today we have covered more than 15 countries, exported more than 1,000 coaches of different types, more than 350 locomotives, 500 wagons. So this we have been doing for almost 3 decades. But there has been a shift, major shift now, where we stand today. I would say post-COVID, all the exports which were done by RITES earlier were on Government of India funding. They're all funded by Government of India under line of credit. And whatever we used to produce for ourselves, we used to export. Because it was our money, client did not have much say on that. But post-COVID and slightly before that, things started changing. And I would say after 2018, 2019, that was the last time we got a project under line of credit. There was no government funding for the exports now. So this was a big awakening for RITES also, as to now how should we take now our export business forward. We took to this challenge, and I must state with pride that in the last 3 years, we have an order book of more than 250 million USD, and we have our offer submitted of more than 1 billion USD. So, and all this has come without support of Government of India. So what this takes to us? When you go to the international market, you are competing with the Western world, the Europeans, the Chinese, the Americans. And there, you need to have a product which is acceptable to the clients. You need to have finances, because you are not getting finance from your own country. They are mostly national, because one thing is there, see, the export of passenger rolling stock is very different from export of coach, locomotives and wagons. There the products are almost standard, so they don't change very frequently. Requirements are both from public sector, private sector. You have coaching stock, you have freight stock. So you have enough scope to build your base there, even if when you have international competition. But coaching, see, where always not only you have to have the product of international standard, but then the barrier is so high that you have to break that barrier. Why a country will take your product when they are comfortable with European companies and Chinese companies? So that barrier has to be broken. Lot of efforts have to be taken for that. You need to also fund the project. Because the kind of companies we are competing with, they are flush with funds. They have deep pockets. Companies like the Chinese company like China, they are totally supported by the national governments. There is a statement saying that Chinese don't win projects on their products and price. They win on liquidity, because they pump in money with the product. So, in spite of that, I can say with pride that we are standing up to it, and today we have a project. I'll just give you some examples. We are supplying coaches to Bangladesh. It looks very easy to say that we are supplying Indian-make LHB coaches, broad gauge coaches. But these coaches are totally different. They are hybrid coaches. They are 415 bolt. They have sliding doors. They have the power cars of a different design. You have to compete with Chinese. You have to compete with Indonesians, Europeans to get that project. You have to be cost competitive. You should be. So even a standard product, which we say this is LHB, broad gauge LHB, there is so much of effort has to get into it. And I must respect our ministry, and then this kind of support we got from RCF also. GM, Calcutta Metro is here. He was also was in the GM RCF. He knows that what all type of efforts are still going on that project. So that is a simple story of the broad gauge. But coming to see entire world market, when you talk of passenger coaches, so there are two type of markets: the standard gauge market, which is very high-end market. So I'll just give you an example of the project. See, Vande Bharat we have been trying. See, it's so easy to say that you can export Vande Bharat. It's ready-made product. But we should understand that Vande Bharat, there is only one country in the entire world that has the broad gauge electrified territory, and that to 3 kV DC. So even if you want to sell your Vande Bharat to a country, leave apart the kind of standards they would require over and above what we have built for ourselves. But you have to have a completely different design for that. Leave apart now going to the standard gauge market. We have done a lot of efforts. We are trying to work on that area also. But there's challenges, lot of challenges, like even meeting the climatic conditions, minus 40-degree temperature. Even locomotive you want to sell to Korea, minus 40-degree temperature. We have steel, but we don't have propulsion. Electricals, we can sustain minus 40-degree temperature. I would not take much time, but there's so much to speak about on this subject. But there is certainly a very high, because one good thing, but I would say, there's a huge market. We have learned that because earlier we were also living in silos. So we just wanted some few countries who can take our funding and then we supply something. But today we are trying today that we take a work from a production unit and we take industry partner to supply some of the components, that model is not going to work. I think that at a larger scale, in a large way, the public-private participation has to happen. The private industry has to invest and jointly do the project with RITES and Indian Railway production units. Because again, we must understand in the passenger rolling stock, as I mentioned, the locomotives and the wagons, passenger rolling stock especially, so much of development keep on happening every day. We design something, you need to be always on the higher side on the learning curve, on your technology curve. Because today we design something, our competitors will design something better. They come to the market. While we are talking of electric Vande Bharat, they are coming with hydrogen trains and hybrid trains. So the pace of R&D, research and development, the pace of manufacturing capability we have to move very fast. So the public sector or RITES cannot do it alone. The big support from the industry has to come in a big way, apart from certainly the institutions have to be involved for the research work, the technology part, because today rolling stock is not, the passenger rolling stock is not a mere coach. This is a technology gadget. You have every technology, it's like a electric car or autonomous car you have. So we are going that direction. They have to be technology partners, they have to be institutional support, there has to be private industry support. The big role the public PSUs and the production have to take, support of the ministry, all ministries, Government of India, Ministry of Finance, so that we can lobby around countries to make our product acceptable. We should be able to pump in money, we should have the product, we should have a lot of nimbleness and flexibility to keep on designing, upgrading our product so that we are ahead of the technology curve. Always. Only then we can win. But it is possible. As a huge opportunity we have. As far as I am concerned, RITES is concerned, we have the very strong network all around the world. We have a very sound knowledge base. We know what the market is. So while the ICF, the manufacturers, the industry can bring in the inside-out approach, RITES can always supplement with that outside-inside approach. So we know where to go and how to go. We are ready to collaborate, and we hope that as we take this event forward and continue engagement post this event also, to create a movement, to build an ecosystem for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tripathi. With this, I now have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Dares Ahmed, the Managing Director of and CEO of Guidance Tamil Nadu Industries, Investment Promotion and Commerce Department, Government of Tamil Nadu, please.
Good morning all. Guidance is the investment agency of Government of Tamil Nadu, 100% owned by the government. And distinguished dignitaries, industry leaders, policymakers, innovators, and delegates from around the world. It's a great pleasure to be part of the second International Railway Conference and Exhibition 2026. I'd like to congratulate Integral Coach Factory and CIA for organizing this important platform that brings together global railway manufacturers, technology providers, policymakers, and investors. And I would really like this to be an annual affair, and I offer Guidance from Tamil Nadu and Government of Tamil Nadu support as a co-sponsor to ensure this happens every year. Because 6 months before, we were in Germany, and we were talking to many railway companies. And we could see the enthusiasm for big companies, great companies who are already doing so much in the railway sphere, having so much thinking about what India is doing and where we are going. And we met many, and they were all praising about how India is able to have a new energy in how railway is being tackled in. So in this context, IRCE is extremely important, because railway sector today is not just about transportation. It is about connectivity, sustainability, industrial development, and economic transformation. And it is increasingly becoming the backbone of modern economies. And again, when we were discussing, and in the future, high-speed rail connecting all our metro cities, and it will become a very viable mode of transport, which will one day surpass the air transport, which is now happening. We have one of the largest railway networks in the world. India is undertaking an ambitious transformation, massive investments in electrification, high-speed rail, digital signaling systems, dedicated freight corridors, and modern rolling stock. And these initiatives are transforming Indian railways into a modern, efficient, and technology-driven system that meets the mobility needs of a rapidly growing economy. And along with this modernization of national network, there is a significant expansion of urban rail networks. And if you can see that Chennai Metro Rail Corridor is one of the largest infrastructure projects, almost touching $1 billion. And it is going to transform the urban mobility of one of the big metro with the great cities of the world. And I'll come to Tamil Nadu. And Tamil Nadu plays a particularly important role in Indian railway ecosystem. And I talked about our German journey. And a result of that, you would have seen that Norbrems, the German braking major, and who does electronics and HVAC, now he's building its biggest R&D, AI-assisted R&D facility and manufacturing in Kanchipuram. So that shows that we are having this transformation and we are able to attract cutting-edge companies. And Tamil Nadu has always been a very complex, known as a very efficient, complex manufacturing state. And we have a very strong engineering base, a highly skilled workforce, and a mature industrial supply chain, which can support complex manufacturing in automotive. I think our Unikrishnan was saying about automotive, heavy engineering, electronics, and advanced manufacturing. I'll just try to tell one anecdote. You all have heard about semiconductor, which is now one of the biggest happening sectors in the country. And when semiconductor fabs, everybody know how complex it is. And one of the most important aspects of fab is how the semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem works. And the manufacturing equipments are a very critical part, which is produced by, the fabs, TSMC's, Micron, and the semiconductor equipments being produced by AMAT, Lam, and which is measured by KLA. Here, I'll try to give an example. Yield Engineering Service started its manufacturing facility for semiconductor equipment. They are now shipping to Micron and in future to TSMC. In this process, and they started it in Coimbatore, and semiconductor equipment manufacturing in Coimbatore. And the best part is, for 50% is already localized. In 18 months, they are able to localize 50% of their supply chain. And even when we are talking to NOR, they were also talking about local for local, how the local supply chains are getting localized and manufacturing is getting localized, and how that will really be a boost to our ecosystem and one of our greatest strength, which is our small and medium industries. And if you can localize 50 to 60% of a semiconductor equipment in Coimbatore, you can see the kind of strength which we have in precision manufacturing, electronics, and integrating into the world supply chains. And Chennai is proud to host ICF, one of the world's largest passenger coach manufacturing facilities. And ICF has produced more than 75,000 passenger coach and around 4,000 coaches every year. 2 out of every 5 passenger coaches used in India are manufactured here in Tamil Nadu. I hope the data is right. And we have a network of more than 200 companies that supply components and systems to railway sector. These companies operate across mechanical engineering, electrical systems, signaling components, precision manufacturing, and specialized rail equipment. They form a robust and integrated value chain that support both domestic railway program and export opportunities. And I'll just try to explain the clusters we have in Tamil Nadu for railway ecosystem. Chennai Metropolitan Region serves as the hub for rolling stock manufacturing and rail engineering. Hosur Krishnagiri contributes advanced manufacturing and precision engineering capabilities. Coimbatore-Salem belt is known for its strong base in engineering and capital goods manufacturing, while Trichy-Madurai region supports heavy engineering and fabrication activities. This distributed industrial structure creates a powerful ecosystem where companies can collaborate, innovate, and scale their operations efficiently. And as a result of all these things, for example, our investment agency now have a dedicated rail sector, which is led by our Associate Vice President, Mr. Aravind. Please stand up. So any of the companies have any questions regarding our incentive structure, land availability, our policy, and single window clearances, and any of your clearances issues, he will be a single point. He will be here through the conference, so you can reach out to him. And any of your doubts regarding your future expansion, your potential to invest, or your supply chain localization, you want reverse buyer seller meet, whatever you require, we provide that support, and we are here to offer that support. Please contact Aravind. He will be here. And one of the greatest strengths our state has is our highly skilled and abundant talent pool. And every year, our universities and technical institutions produce more than 140,000 engineering graduates. And we have great institutions like ICF, IIT Madras, NIT Trichy, and several leading engineering colleges. And we have almost 15% of top engineering colleges in the top 50 engineering colleges in the country. And we have a very strong R&D. And if you look at R&D specifically, R&D co-located with manufacturing, TN has more than 600, and it is one of the highest in the country. So that shows our strength in manufacturing, our strength in services sector can be clubbed together to have a R&D coexisting with a manufacturing facility. And that is one of the greatest strengths, because Tamil Nadu and Chennai is one of the few states which can offer a very strong manufacturing base co-located with a very strong services. We are actually the software as services capital of the state country, you know. Soho, Freshworks, and the lot. And we have a very strong infrastructure support, 4 international airports, multiple domestic airports, and major strong seaports. And the state policies, you know, you can please talk to our team here who will give you any help needed. We provide single window clearances for all your clearances, and location advisory, policy formulation, industry academia collaboration, and support for expansion and innovation. So, and we offer a competitive and flexible incentive support, land cost support, training incentives, interest subsidies, IP incentives, green industry initiatives. So overall, the conference gives a platform for many of the manufacturing and industrial companies of the world and India. So we would request you to consider Tamil Nadu, and when you are thinking about your location advisory of any of the support, Guidance Tamil Nadu is always there to support your initiatives. I once again reiterate that Tamil Nadu stands ready to partner with the global rail industry to have the India's railway modernization journey, but also to contribute to the future sustainable and innovative rail mobility worldwide. I wish International Railway Conference and Exhibition great success, and hope all participants have productive discussions and meaningful engagements. Thank you once again, and hope we have an annual conference like this every year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. And with this, I now have the pleasure of inviting our chief guest, Shri U. Subbarao, General Manager of the ICF, please.
Good afternoon, all. Distinguished guests on the dais, Shri Unikrishnan, Shri T.Rajan, Shri Narayan Sethuraman, Dr. Tripathi, Dr. Ahmed, my colleague from ICF, Shri Prasad, distinguished delegates, eminent members of the railway fraternity, industry leaders, office bearers of CII, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste and Vanakkam. It's both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to the Integral Coach Factory, a historic institution that has stood as a pillar of India's railway manufacturing journey for more than 7 decades. At the outset, let me congratulate the Federation of Indian Industry for organizing this mega event in partnership with ICF. With nearly 120 stalls set up by exhibitors from 8 countries, showcasing their cutting-edge railway technology, products and services, this gathering is not just impressive in scale, but also symbolic of the global interest in India's railway transformation. Let me start by saying that we are all living in exciting times, especially in India, which is growing at almost 6 to 7, 8% every year, and especially in the railway sector, the railway manufacturing sector, it is truly a great time to be in. Friends, railways are not just tracks and trains, they are the arteries of a nation, carrying the lifeblood of progress to every corner of India. When a new line is laid, it is not merely steel on ballast, it is an opportunity, connectivity, and hope reaching millions. Indian Railways is adding nearly 5,000 kilometers of new track every year, supported by annual budgets exceeding 2.5 lakh crores. This scale of investment is unprecedented, and it reflects our nation's commitment to modernization and connectivity. The metro network, the metro sector tells a very similar story. From just 240 kilometers of network a decade ago, India today boasts more than 1,000 kilometers of operational metro lines, with plans to double this to 2,000 kilometers in the coming years. With annual expenditure touching 30,000 crores, urban mobility is being redefined before our eyes. What does this mean for the rolling stock industry? Quite simply, it means opportunity. 20 years ago, coach manufacturing was limited to a handful of government PSUs. Today, we have, the last count is 8 manufacturing units across public and private sectors, with more on the horizon. The ecosystem is expanding and the possibilities are immense. Since its establishment in 1952, ICF has embodied the spirit of self-reliance in coach production. Spread across 511 acres, powered by a workforce of over 9,000 employees, ICF has produced more than 80,000 coaches since inception. It is probably the largest coach manufacturing unit in the world. We have been averaging close to 2,500 coaches annually for the last 10 years. Almost 175 variants of coaches have been produced in the last 10 years. This strong foundation has enabled us to pioneer India's transition from conventional passenger coaches to LHB coaches and further to the self-propelled train sets such as the Vande Bharat Express, India's first semi-high-speed train. The Vande Bharat is more than a train, it is the heartbeat on wheels, symbolizing India's aspirations to move faster, safer, and smarter. The railway modernization is not just about infrastructure. It's about embracing technology. Projects such as the Udhampur-Srinagar-Baramulla rail link, built across the Himalayan territory, are engineering marvels that symbolize the national strength. Equally transformative is the adoption of digital technologies, which is already happening and has to happen. IoT-based solutions now enable real-time monitoring of trains and tracks. Combined with artificial intelligence and 5G communications, these systems are laying the foundation for smart railways. We are not yet there, but then in the next probably a couple of years, we will be there. Small example in this direction is the Remnant systems is a prime example, which offers GPS-based tracking, predictive maintenance, and even crew performance. Onboard monitoring systems in train sets like Vande Bharat enhance safety, reliability, and passenger confidence. Gone are the days when every aspect of the train production was handled in-house. Today, excellence lies in collaboration. The Vande Bharat Express itself is a product of modular integration, bringing together the best of design and sub-assembly expertise from across the industry. This philosophy is now guiding the development of India's 250 kmph high-speed train for the Mumbai-Ahmedabad corridor. With more high-speed corridors identified for expansion, rolling stock manufacturing ecosystem is truly on an upward trajectory. As our Honorable Prime Minister has emphasized, the future of Indian manufacturing must be guided by the vision of zero defect, zero effect, producing globally competitive products while ensuring environmental sustainability. We at ICF are certainly working in this direction. We are trying to make our coaches smarter, lighter, faster, safer. Some examples are anti-vibration pads instead of almost 800 kgs of insulation paints, better floorboards, aluminum interior panels so as to reduce the weights. These innovations not only reduce operational costs, but also enhance passenger comfort and sustainability. Safety remains our highest priority. India's indigenous train production system, Kavach, is already operational in Vande Bharat trains and is now being retrofitted across every other EMU trains and train sets. Sustainability is also a big, important factor, the way we work. By December last year, ICF had generated 18.65 million units of renewable energy through wind and solar. We have surpassed our own industrial electricity consumption through renewable energy. Solar-powered EV charging stations have been installed for providing free power to our employees within our premises. So thus, the net zero carbon emission goals are sustained and met. To compete globally, the railway ecosystem must align with international standards. Standardized loading stock design and processes will ensure consistency, quality, and competitiveness. ICF has already produced a freight train designed for high-speed, high-efficiency freight movement. This will transform logistics, especially for white goods, and opens up one more product line for ICF. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey ahead is clear. We must focus on safety, technology, sustainability, indigenous development, automation, quality first mantra, design in India, design for the world. ICF will continue to play a defining role in this transformation, ensuring that India not only meets its domestic aspirations, but also emerges as a global hub for advanced railway manufacturing. As we move forward, let us remember, railways are not just about steel and speed. They are about dreams in motion. Every train that leaves a station carries not just passengers, but the hopes of a nation moving towards prosperity. We, the rolling stock manufacturers, have to address these aspirations and expectations in terms of quality, safety, and speed. I once again congratulate the Confederation of Indian Industry, ICF, and all partner agencies for making this event possible. The participation of 120 industry partners from 8 countries in itself is a testament to the success of this initiative. This event provides exclusive B2B networking opportunities with the policymakers, operators, manufacturers, and solution providers in the railway sector. Together, let us accelerate India's journey towards a Viksit Bharat, a developed, self-reliant, and globally competitive nation. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for this inaugural address. And since there has been some kind of request and a demand which has been coming up that we must organize the next edition, and on behalf of CII, we would like to commit that we will be organizing the next edition of IRCE, which will be, I'm sure, the bigger than this edition which is there. So with this now, may I request Shri NSR Prasad, the Principal Chief Mechanical Engineer of the ICF, to kindly deliver the concluding remarks and the closing remarks, please.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, General Manager Kolkata Metro, General Manager Hyperloop Factory, senior retired officers, officers from several railway establishments all over the country, my colleagues from ICF, representatives of CII, industry partners and business associates, good morning to all of you. Thanks to CII for providing this platform, this expo, this conference. This actually is an opportunity for all the key stakeholders. We have to understand that there is a capacity in the industry in terms of technology, in terms of tools, in terms of modernized equipment, which can be used for enhanced passenger comfort and convenience. On the other side, we have the rail coach manufacturers, where the willingness is there to absorb this. But this platform provides the opportunity to provide a bridge between these two, to marry these two. So, thanks to all the speakers. Mr. Unikrishnan, he has laid emphasis on coach design, increasingly focusing on passenger comfort and modern expectations. Mr. T.Rajan emphasized the importance of self-reliant manufacturing railway industry. Mr. Sethuraman, he talked about, emphasized on importance of supply chains, the future-ready coach technologies. Mr. Deepak Tripathi from Rides, he laid gave us a picture of the global opportunities available and the challenges that we have to face to raise to the occasion. And Mr. T.Rajan Ahmed, he talked about the opportunities being provided by the Tamil Nadu government, talking of high-speed rail, growing urban mobility projects, and strengthening the industrial ecosystem in Tamil Nadu. And our General Manager, Sri Subbarao, he has given a bird's eye view of the entire capability and competency available in rail coach industry, particularly ICF, and laying emphasis on guiding principles that must remain, which are sustainability, safety, and indigenous development. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that these are great and exciting times to be alive, and there is exponential jump in technology. There is capacity, there is willingness. This platform, again, I repeat, let's make use of this opportunity. I strongly hope and earnestly desire that all the key stakeholders derive maximum benefit out of this platform, get to know each other well, let there be proper networking, let there be the thorough understanding of opportunities available, where the world is going, and because we all know that life is on a treadmill now, being good is not good enough. We have to run to stand where we are. So, 23 million people travel in Indian Railway coaches every day. So, we all of us sitting here, we carry their dreams and aspirations. We have to make their travel comfortable, safe, enhance the passenger satisfaction, duly focusing on aesthetics. So, let us derive maximum advantage out of this, make this a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you to all the esteemed dignitaries for their insightful addresses and for setting the stage for today's discussion. To felicitate, I now request Sri Subbarao to kindly felicitate the dignitaries and to present the mementos. To Mr. A.R. Unikrishnan. Mr. B. T.Rajan. To Mr. Narayan Sethuraman. To Dr. Deepak Tripathi. To Dr. Dares Ahmed. To Shri NSR Prasad. Thank you, sir. We now request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward for the group photo. Please join the group. With this, we now conclude the inaugural session of the conference. We are now breaking for the short networking break. I request all the dignitaries and the participants to kindly assemble back by 11:40. Thank you.
the conference today, which are the panel discussions. I'll break down the major structure of how the panel discussions will move on. There will be 3 panel discussions followed by a small Q&A session. During the Q&A session, it will be an open mic for all of you to express your views. There will be a lunch session in the middle after the 2 panel discussions. There is also a presentation in the middle on Hyperloop technology. So let me introduce to all of you the first panel discussion of the day. The first panel discussion is about future-ready rail coach design and manufacturing. So kind attention please, all of you. The first panel is about the future rail coach design and manufacturing. So as we all know that the rail industry is moving at a very advanced pace, and that requires that the future rail coach design and manufacturing ecosystem is ready at hand. The present session will focus on the adoption of advanced materials, the adoption of industrial automation, digital manufacturing technologies to deliver safe and reliable coaches. This panel will also discuss on the indigenous capacity building, supply chain resilience, and standardized platforms that will strengthen both our domestic markets as well as the international export market. So let us start with the first panel. Thank you.
I now invite the following esteemed speakers to please occupy the seats on the dais. Shri N.S.R. Prasad, Principal Chief Mechanical Engineer, Integral Coach Factory. Mr. Andres Hedstrom, Regional Sales Latin America, Delner. Mr. K. Suresh, Site Managing Director, Alstom. Mr. Rahul S. Mahajan, Senior Deputy Director and Head of Department, Engineering Design and Simulation and Passive Safety Lab, ARAI. Mr. Ankur Maru, Chief Marketing Officer, Hindustan Zinc Limited. Mr. Vinod Gupta, Executive Director, Commercial Steel Authority of India. And the session moderator, Shri Rajkumar Mangla, ex-AMPU Railway Board. I now request the session moderator, Shri Rajkumar, to kindly take over the session, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this first session of the conference. The theme of this session is Future-Ready Rail Coach Design and Manufacturing. Using advanced materials, modularity, automation, digital manufacturing, export-ready capability. So in the morning, we had a great enlightening session by leaders of railways, CII, Tamil Nadu government, and we heard GM, ICF telling about the great opportunities that lie ahead for railway industry. And a very positive atmosphere has been created in the country, despite all the turbulence all around. And the industry should make use of this opportunity. CII leaders spoke about a very good, they assured about the support of the industry, rail industry, to ICF and all PUs, and in fact the coach manufacturing industry of the country. And the great participation of industry in the EXPO shows this support. Mr. T.Rajan has told about the opportunities that are in Tamil Nadu. So I introduce myself. I am Rajkumar Mangla, ex-AMPU, additional member, Production Unit Railway Board. and I'll be moderating this session. Our speakers have been introduced but once again I'll introduce Mr. L.S.R. Prasad, Principal Chief Mechanical Engineer, ICF, Mr. Anders Hedstrom, Sales Director, Dellner Coupler, Mr. Rahul S. Mahajan, Senior Deputy Director, ARAI, Mr. Vinod Gupta, ED, Commercial, Steel Authority of India Limited, Mr. Ankur Maru, Chief Marketing Officer, Hindustan Zinc Limited. Very nice. So coming straight to the issue of future-ready coaches. This particular conference and expo has been very nicely focused on rail coach manufacturing. We have International Railway Equipment Exhibition, IRI, held every 2 years in Delhi. That covers a wider scope of industry and manufacturing and even services. But it is very nice to see that a focused conference and expo exclusively on coach manufacturing has been held. And as has been promised by GM and CII leadership, that we will have more of this rail coach manufacturing focused event regularly. So coming to this future ready coach through advanced design and advanced manufacturing, I'll request Mr. N. Sitaram Prasad, PCME ICF, to please give his vision from ICF, how we are going to have our future ready coach.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, these distinguished dignitaries on the dais and all the officials and industry partners present here. ICF has made a substantial leap forward progress in the last few years in the form of semi-high-speed trains Vande Bharat, wherein we have roped in a lot of improvements in the form of propulsion, in the form of enhanced passenger comfort and convenience, the ergonomics, the aesthetics and the safety. And currently we are also working on the designs of a lot of other trains, a lot of other variants, which include one-day sleeper, which include memo trains for running all over the country, including J&K, which is a very, very challenging design requirement. We're working on, for the first time probably anywhere in the world, where a non-AC suburban trains with automatic doors, which are controlled by the loco pilot. We're working on several other projects with a large number of variants. But ultimately, what is of most importance is, number one, safety. Number two, the passenger comfort, the passenger experience, his feel. Thirdly, the energy efficiency, which again is dependent on the kind of materials we choose for the shell construction, for the interiors construction. Then followed by availability and reliability of the stock. That's where onboard diagnostics come into picture. That's where the AI and data analytics come into picture. And finally, the most importantly, the environment, that is the sustainability, where a lot of work is to be done, a lot of ground is to be covered, and it will be a very, very demanding, challenging portfolio in the times to come regarding making our rail coaches, that is the materials and the technology, sustainable. So at ICF, we are currently working on onboard diagnostics to take care of the reliability and the performance of the roller bearings, the bogie components, and then in fact, track parameters also, track condition also can be checked through this. We are also focusing on the lightweight construction in the form of improved stainless steel and its various variants, and then aluminum in a big way for the paneling. We are also going for aluminum toilets for weight reduction. We are also focusing on, it's little futuristic, we are working on, we are thinking about SIC converters, we are talking about inboard bearings. And this basically will reduce the weight by about 30%. So energy will be saved, weight will be reduced. We are also focusing on passenger safety in the form of enhanced crashworthiness features in the coaches. We are having an industry interface. We are roping in ARI into this to sort of, carry out the validation part, to give suggestions. We are going for improved interiors in our coaches by roping in the leading world players into the improvement of interiors. There are several, you talk any component of the coach, you are working on that. Either today, we are working today, or we have got a roadmap and plan to improve safety, passenger experience, the weight reduction, and the sustainability. The list goes on, but I just gave a bird's eye view of what's in store for us. Thank you.
At this point, can we have some glimpse of Vande Bharat 4.0 and Amrit Bharat 3.0? Some glimpse.
Sir, Vande Bharat, the next version, there are two versions which are going to come up. One is the upgraded version of the chair car. Totally, we are turning out 97 Vande Bharat chair cars, out of which 95 have been turned out. In future, we will be making another 40 trains. These will be the upgraded versions of what we are currently seeing on Indian Railway tracks in the form of Vande chair cars. They'll have much better ergonomically designed interiors, improved propulsion, and then much better materials from panels and then the partitions. And it will have onboard diagnostics also. It will be improved HVAC, where we'll be able to sort of monitor the outside humidity, the temperature, and then accordingly control the passenger comfort part by focusing on the air conditioning parameters. Coming to Vande Sleeper, it will be a very, very safe coach. It will be having very good crashworthy features. It will be having improved couplers, improved propulsion, and then the ergonomics part regarding the weight reduction and the ergonomics, the passenger interface. We are playing tremendous focus on that. We are going to have a consultancy with a world leading global player on the matter of passenger interface design. We are working on that area, and then you will not disappoint Indian Railway passengers in the form of passenger interface, passenger comfort and convenience, and passenger feel in the Vande Sleeper coaches that we are going to turn out.
Very nice to know. ICF is certainly a leader in coach manufacturing in the world, we can say. Under one roof, about more than 4,000 coaches being built every year is a great feat. We also have Mr. Suresh from Alstom, the global giant in coach manufacturing, in fact, all rolling stocks. And all, if you see important trains in the world, many of them are running on Alstom coaches. And same question I'll ask to Mr. Suresh about his vision of future-ready coach from Alstom point of view.
First of all, thank you all for this opportunity to host them. And I can see a great amount of energy here. And we are also very proud that we are also working in building the nation. So we always speak with our employees that emotion, the motion we are creating with our emotions. So it's clear. So thank you for the question. To the point, as Alstom always believes that the safety, equality, and comfortability of passengers are the important factors. So here, two things I would like to emphasize. Number one is about the manufacturing. That's about a kind of modular platform integration in all our projects. So this makes our train better, and also it makes the complexity even better. That it means it allows us for a lesser launch time. It has a kind of quicker fixture, and it reduces the overall launch time, and we were in a position to deliver the trains before the expected time of the customer. So this is on the technology factor. And the second point is on the digital. Basically, as Alstom is always kind of being a multinational company, we have inherited all the international quality, standard qualities in our manufacturing process. So that helps us to build a train which is having all the three factors of safety, quality, and the passengers' comfortability. And also, the most important point here is that our metro trains are being serving from Delhi to Kochi, wherever we go, that the metro trains, we are there. That is Kochi, Lucknow, Bhopal, Chennai, Mumbai, Pune, then Delhi. So the point is, this is a lot of confidence on us, and also it gives a kind of compassion, passionate about what we are doing. And moving forward to the kind of sustainability, the point is this, that we are working on a kind of a clear eco design and ecosystem for the product. And moreover, we are also working on a kind of end of lifetime product. So it's very clear that handling of end of lifetime product is also important. So Alstom is working on all these topics to ensure that India, not only India, we are also exporting to Australia, Canada, and now we are going to start our deliveries to New Zealand also.
Mr. Suresh has made one very important point about this modular hierarchies or platforms, by which they are able to produce a small batch, because in the international market, the batches are small, and ICF can learn this thing from them, how to have modular hierarchies platforms. Very nice. Future-ready coach, I think, will certainly be export-ready coach. As Director Technical told in the morning, export gives the real quality value of the rolling stock. If you are able to export coaches, that shows the real value that has been added. And it's a challenging thing. It's not so many gaps are there. So on that front, when are we going to export coaches from all production units, including ICF? I understand is not that straightforward answer, because first, our production units are busy in giving domestic quantities itself. There's a huge quantity that is to be supplied to Indian Railways. And after that, the gauge constraint is there. And certainly, policy initiative at the highest level by various ministries, including our ministry, that has to be in place. And all these things have to be played together. But certainly, RITES, they have got great experience in this, and we can learn from them. So please tell something about this export readiness, and when we are going to have Mr. Prashad.
As you hit the nail on the head, we have a lot of ground to cover. Currently, definitely, yes, we are catering to the domestic market. And last 1.5 years, you will be surprised to know that we are laying tremendous emphasis on quality in our production, in-house production in ICF. All our key stakeholders, the business associates and the supply ecosystem, we have been adequately sensitizing them through frequent interactions, calling them for meetings, sending our people to their premises, making them adequately aware of the improvements required at various stages of production, the design, the production, and finally the fitment. We have made a good beginning, but yes, we have a lot of ground to cover. But it's made abundantly and amply clear saying that no looking back now. We are going to focus on quality, and This emphasis that we are laying on quality, improving the ecosystem, sourcing the materials from the people who are committed to quality with their systems in position, will go a long way and stand us in good stead in the years to come about our ability to make coaches that are fit for global consumption. We are taking initial steps in the direction. We have made a reasonably good beginning, and all our stakeholders in the industry have been adequately sensitized. So I can say without any fear of contradiction that probably 2-3 years down the line, after we cater to the domestic demand, we will be able to make our coaches, including standard gauge, Vande Bharat type for Latin America, Africa, or maybe some other markets, wherever. Definitely we'll be able to make coaches that are export friendly, export standard level coaches. There's no doubt about it, and we will do it.
Certainly, your optimism about the ecosystem that is around you, that was shown in the production of Vande Bharat and the support you have been giving to Indian Railways in day-to-day, even day-to-day operations, spare parts, etc. That's a great support. In fact, in 2022, I had issued one letter to all production units that please make efforts towards export, and whatever specification, whatever changes you want to make, take help from RITES. Their marketing expertise is there. And, but I think a stronger letter is required from Railway Board. Now giving specific targets in terms of percentages, that of your production, maybe say 10% should be exportable like that. But certainly you have made a point that the industry here is fully supporting you, as they have supported in Vande Bharat, giving the best global product in Vande Bharat. Same support is readily available, and they are always ready to rise to the occasion. Tomorrow, if you really tighten your belt to produce export quality, it's not impossible, certainly. Coming to, we have spoken about advanced design. Similarly, advanced manufacturing is very important for future-ready coaches. Here, we have got Mr. Anders Hedstrom, Sales Director, Dellner Couplers. We are fortunate to have him. And Dellner is a world leader in coupling mechanism for rolling stocks. And a large number of world rolling stocks are having their couplers. So I'll request Mr. Anders Hedstrom to please give his views about the latest technology, latest innovations in couplers, so that our future-ready coaches can have the best couplers. Yes, please.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for being here. And we will talk about crashworthiness and passenger comfort and safety. So that is what we will.
That's it. Focus. That's it. Here the sensor is.
Yeah, start with the crash management, where we are, the target is to control the forces and acceleration in case of a crash or an accident. And on the picture you see two trains. The one on the right is without any sufficient crash energy management system, and the one to the left obviously is the one with the crash energy management system to control the forces and the acceleration. Crash energy management is derived from different standards. There are standards all over the world, but in India, mainly we're focusing on the European standard, the EN 15227, which is divided into different type of vehicles and also different type of scenarios. The vehicles are LRV, mainline, and high-speed vehicles, and you have the 4 different scenarios on the picture there. So this is what we will look at. Yeah, so we are looking on the different components that is contributing to the crash management system in terms of, or in case of a crash. So we are starting with, there are components inside the couplers or on the couplers, and there are components outside the couplers as well. So inside the couplers, we have different parts, and in India, at least on the main line or the high-speed train, you are using the deformation tubes and different location of the coupler. You have it in the very back of the coupler at the deformation tube pivot anchor. You have it in the center section where you have the deformation tube by itself, and you also have extrusion bolts. I will go to the next. And also for the metro market, or the metro system here in India, you have regenerator dampers as well, which means that in case of coupling, you can connect the 2 train sets, and there will be no deformation at all. There will be a regenerative energy absorption that will absorb the energy, and then it will reset, and you're ready to go. And we have gas hydraulic dampers, double acting and single acting, and we also have the friction springs, and all of them are part of the center section of the coupler. We also have developed a combined center section on the coupler that is including both the regenerated part and the deformation tube part in the same subsystem, so to say. And go to the next. We also have rubber spring draft gears. The draft gear is where you have all the movement in the coupler when it's passing through the tracks. And you have a different type of solution there, some with energy absorption and some without. And then, thank you. On the outside of the coupler for the crash energy management, you have crash boxes normally situating on top above the coupler in the end of the train, and that is also only for collision or crash, not for regular use. Go to the next. And then you have override protections where you have the combined crash energy absorption with the side buffers that is situated besides the coupler. And you also have anti-climbers, which is avoiding the cars from climbing each other in case of a collision. And if you summarize this according to the European crash standard, you have step 1, that is the regenerated part. That is what you use when you do the normal coupling, so to say, in service. Stage 2 is minor collisions, and is normally handled by a non-regenerative part, a deformation tube in the center section or in the pivot anchor. Stage 3 is the anti-climbers or the side buffers, which is situated on the side of the coupler, where you have avoiding also the climbing of two car sets, so that there's keeping on the track, so to say. and not climbing each other. And stage 4 is the crash boxes. That is on the above of the coupler. And stage 5 is normally inside the car structure in the underframe. We're using, to simulate that, we're using a software and proving to the car builder, who is our customer in the first step, that we are fulfilling the simulations, the requirements. And we do also go to the next, thank you. We're doing the simulation that is normally done during the design phase, or the sales phase and design phase, of course. And this particular picture that you see here is from Alstom project Bhopal Indoor, where we are doing a verification of the simulation. So it's a 23.3 kilometers crash. And if you click on the picture, you should have a movie there. Where you can see that you first have the stroke of the regenerative rubber rings in the pivot anchor, and the second step is, of course, the deformation unit of the coupler. So in this case, you're avoiding too high forces that will create damage to both people and to the material of the train. Yep. Next slide. We have also in India delivered couplers to the Vande Bharat. The first project was the share car, which is started in 2018. And if you go to the next slide, we are supplying the intermediate coupler inside the train set, where you have what we say jerk-free operation and smooth riding experience, which means that the passenger will have a comfort and no, what do you say, sounds or noises that is creating during acceleration and deacceleration. This coupler is only protected by the stage 1 of, you remember, this European standard, so it's only covering the regenerative part. There is nothing more on this one that we are providing. Second one is Amrit Bharat, we are providing as well. It's more new, it's 2004 we started, 24, sorry. We started this one, and here you have, if you go to the next slide, you have also energy protection for stage 3 and 4 in terms of the deformation tube. So here, in case of crashes and so on, you will have protection to the people and the vehicle. Next slide.
Thanks, Mr. Enders. Certainly, this crash energy management systems are very much required in rolling stock. And for a long time, we had discussed using automatic and semi-automatic couplers, but practical problems are there, and cost was a matter of concern. But semi-automatic coupler has been used in Amrit Bharat, and I think our future-ready coach will go still further with maybe automatic coupler. And thank you. Dellner gave a lot of help to our production units. I remember in Arthia we had problem with Dellner couplers, and they came forward and gave all the support in solving that problem. Thank you. We have with us Mr. Vinod Gupta. Before that, Mr. Rahul S. Mahajan from ARAI. As we all know, Automotive Research Association of India, based at Pune. They are doing wonderful job in testing and homologation, sorry. This was, in railways, we use oscillation trials and all that. Homologation, testing of vehicles, simulation. In automobile sector, we see a flood of new models and all that, and they are the people who are doing all the testing of new models. So I'll request Mr. Mahajan to give his perspective about using same techniques in railways, in railway rolling stock development.
Thank you. As ARI, people may think what automotive research company is doing here, but as we are discussing, there are a lot of similarities and there are a lot of synergy and cross learning is possible. So I will try to go through a brief presentation about ARI competencies and capabilities and facilities what we have and how it can be leveraged for improving or assisting the railway for enhancement in terms of safety, in terms of comfort, in terms of taking it to the next level. So,
excuse me, we are running short of time, so please hurry up the presentation.
So, yeah, so basically ARI is a research institute. We are located in Pune, but we also have a small office in Chennai looking at the auto and rail hub in Chennai. So we are looking forward to work closely with railways as well. This is our Diamond Jubilee year, so we are completing 60 years. So whatever we learn in 60 years in automotive, we are thinking how it can be used for railways also and vice versa also. There is a lot of things which we can learn from railways as well. Because basically it is scaling up from automotive to railway in terms of mass, in terms of energies and the complexities. So whatever we could able to achieve in automotive, how we can use it for railways is the main thing. Next, please. So it is a research institute. It is identified as by CIRO as a research institute. We have multiple specialized labs. If you can see the different areas, they are similar to what they are in the railways as well. And we have 4 centers of excellences which can go beyond the automotive for other sectors as well. And basically these are the 4 verticals where we work. ARI is known for certification in automotive. So whatever we make standards for India for automotive, so that knowledge, whether we can bring it to railways to make it to at par with global. We also do research and development and engineering services, how we can help there. And we also have an academy and training institute, so some domain training also can be done in that area. Next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mahajan. Some more slides you have to show?
Yeah, there are a few.
Okay, please continue.
Yeah, just I will briefly take it through. Basically, why ARI is basically, it is a, as I told, it is an extension of what we do in automotive. We also support Atmanirbhar and Make in India initiatives. So there also we can support. Next, please. So we are a neutral and autonomous body, so it can be also used as a neutral assessment of the technologies which are coming in railways. And we can share the technologies between the 2 domains. So quickly you can just click. So there are multiple areas where we can assist. So we do a lot of benchmarking which can be done. We also do design and development. We have a elaborated simulation team. We also work on the virtual testing, also can be used for certification, how we can do it for railways. We have complete elaborated labs for structural testing. We have excellent lab for material testing, for NVH, then EMI, EMC, and crash worthiness. We have full-fledged crash lab. We have environmental testing. So there are multiple labs which we feel that can be utilized across rail also. There are few examples where we have used these technologies for railways. So for improving the HVACs. Next. Then enhancing the crash worthiness And crash worthiness, we can take it forward not from structural integrity, but also occupant safety. So what will happen to occupant, we can think of, which we do in automotive, because ARA is also convener for 5-star for automotive in India. So something similar we can think of. Next, please. We saw earlier that elaborated crash worthiness analysis that we do virtually. Next, please. We also assist railways for conducting those tests physically on the actual tracks. Next, please. This is our lab setup where we are doing a lot of servo hydraulic testing for complex loading on the very big components. Next, please. Next, please. We also not only at a complete structure level, but also component level to enhance the safety and comfort of the occupants. Next, please. And we have elaborated instrumentation setup available so that whatever we want to measure, we have the equipment available with us so that thorough evaluation of the structures can be done. Other than that, we also have 2 high energy test facilities where we can go near to the energies which railway looks for. So we have a crash facility up to 2 megajoule energy, and we have a drop test facility up to 1 megajoule energy. And all these things are basically going to help. We feel that we can support railway in big way, and there are multiple ways of getting engaged. So we are also flexible so to get engaged in any of these ways possible. So this was from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Mahajan. We have got PD and EDs from RDSO also. And as you know, RDSO is our organization for testing and certification and various trials. And they are also going to this EN standard 13463. So we can certainly learn mutually. I think there are some, we are going to have a dedicated test track in Rajasthan, only for testing rolling stocks, crash worthiness and other things. Thank you. Rail coach is not only assembly of various components, sub-assemblies, equipments. It is, it starts with materials. And today we have got senior managers from SAIL and Hindustan Zinc. And because of shortage of time, I'll quickly put up this question about the materials, how advanced materials, because we know advanced coach, future coach ready for future, will have to have advanced materials. So let us quickly know what SAIL and Hindustan Zinc, first from SAIL, regarding advanced materials.
A very good morning to all of you, General Manager ICF and fellow panelists. SAIL is a 1,20,000 crore company this year, and it's going to cross 20 million tons of production. And let me tell you, Indian Railways happens to be the biggest customer for Steel Authority of India Limited. And in whatever areas railways are there, we are trying to service steel to them in all those aspects. For example, in case of rails, we are supplying almost 97.5% of the rails required by Indian Railways is totally supplied by SAIL. As far as flat products is concerned, we supply about 65% of the total railway requirements by us. As regards to long products also, we supply about 60% of the railway requirements. As regards to alloy steels for axle manufacturing at RWF, almost 60% is being supplied by us. As regards to stainless steel and mild steel for integral coach factory, MSF, RCF, there also we are supplying almost 50% of stainless steel as well as mild steel materials to Indian Railways. Now coming to your requirements of better quality for coaches, let me tell you, like we have got a Salem steel plant at Salem where we manufacture stainless steel. There we are regularly supplying to all the 3 coach factories including ICF, and we are going in for expansion at Salem steel plant to enhance our capability to produce more, and we will be producing better quality of stainless steel there. As regards to alloy steel also, we have taken up a undertaking that we are going in for expansion to supply more to Indian Railways for axles and other requirements. Now coming to stainless steel and flat products, we have started producing more of high strength steel in mild steel, whether it is HR or CR, so that the requirements of railways can be met, so that the weight of the components, weight of the bogies, coaches can be reduced. And similarly for stainless steel also, we are going in for high-strength stainless steel manufacturing. So in due course, we are really gearing up to produce more of these grades. I will give you an example of rails that is required by Indian Railways. Till before COVID, they were using R880 grades of rails. Then they requested us to produce R260 grade of rails. And now they are requesting us to produce R350 grade of rails. And SAIL has got the capability, and 100% supplies are being made in R260, and we have started supplying in R350 grades to Indian Railways. Now, on just 10 days back, we had a meeting with Railway Board where we were requested that further imports of GIS grade rails, which was being used for high-speed rails from Bombay to Ahmedabad, that will not be imported, and SAIL needs to produce that. So our engineers at Bhilai are already on the job, and they have given an undertaking that in another 6 to 10 months' time, they will be able to produce those grades of rails in the domestic markets. So we are all geared up, and in fact, we would like to hear more from ICF that what are the grades in HR and CR and plates they require, so that we can develop those grades also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vinod Gupta. In fact, SAIL has always supported Indian Railways production units. And today, we have in the market many other players, Tata Steel, Jindal, ArcelorMittal, and is very good for the country and for coach production, that we don't have to depend on any imported raw material. I'll now request Mr. Ankur Maru to please tell about this development.
I will be very crisp. I understand the paucity of time. While I was listening to the speakers in the morning, I was hearing mind-boggling numbers which are being invested in railways. And then I recalled one of the statement of our Honorable Prime Minister when he was launching Swachh Bharat and all those. People are doing big things. I want to do small things, as small as having a clean India or having toilets for everyone. We at Hindustan Zinc also trying to do the same. Of course, my fellow members have talked about advanced technologies, big collision avoid system. We are doing our sweet little in avoiding the most important part, which will overcome or destroy whatever technology or advancements we are having, and that is corrosion. As per one of the estimate, India's 3 to 5% of economy is lost to corrosion every year. So when we are talking about 5 trillion economy, you may understand the quantum of money which we are losing every year to corrosion. And railway is no difference. So I come from Hindustan Zinc Limited, India's only zinc producer and world's largest integrated zinc producer. We are a 2 lakh crore market cap company with an EBITDA of over 17,000 crores. Coming to the products we made, we are producing zinc, various kind of zinc, including high grade SHG alloys, die casting alloys. And at the same time, we are producing something called EcoZen, which is our green product where the carbon emission is 1/4 of the normal production. And at the customer level, the CO2 emission is only around 400 kgs. So there are many areas where we have seen corrosion happening in in railways, be it railway system or coaches. So the idea or the only point which I would want to put forward is we should very, very, very seriously think about galvanizing our railway coaches parts, because if we are investing so much and gradually losing it every single year, the investment we are making is going away. It is like the inflation eating away from return of investment of my FD. तो मैं अगर 100 रुपए डाल रहा हूँ और 5 rupees are going away, I am actually losing money. There are the detailed presentation which I will ask team to circulate to the interested members for their benefit. It was a detailed presentation, but I understand the paucity of time. So all the parts of the railway coaches which we should, and I repeat, we should galvanize so that we are able to have railway coaches and railway system which lasts for not years but decades. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ankur Maru. I'll request CD ICF to be in touch with Hindustan Zinc for further inputs in this aspect. Coming back to supply chain, ecosystem is certainly very important, and this particular expo and conference is really supported by the supply chain partners, even large enterprises, small enterprises, MSMEs, which have come in large number and participating. So this ecosystem, how will you further galvanize? I'll ask PCME, ICF. They are your partners in progress, and as they have supported Vande Bharat, they are going to support in future coach also.
Sir, we are having very regular and frequent interactions with all our business associates. In fact, I prefer to use the word not the supplier or the vendor, but a business associate. Actually, they are very, very important key stakeholders in the entire ecosystem of coach manufacturing. Whenever I meet people from the industry, one thing I keep telling them that please have a very, very close look at our schedule of technical requirements, our designs, our drawings, because they can give us vital inputs in the form of improved, upgraded specifications, in the form of what is available in the market and how we can sort of bridge this gap and provide a good coach to the passengers by taking advantage of their inputs. I keep telling them that nobody has the monopoly of brains and ideas. We are always willing and welcome to take inputs from the business associates. In fact, all over the world, in the world railway systems, the R&D is driven by the business associates and the vendor ecosystem. So to that extent, there is regular interaction, there is frequent interaction, we call vendor meets, we call these people to our premises, we go there and we keep doing the networking, and then extensively we interact with them to see that we derive maximum benefit out of their knowledge base, their networking abilities all over the world, and then it translates into some sort of a meaningful contribution in improving our coaches.
Thank you. One last question to Alstom, Mr. K. Suresh. As Alstom is a global leader in innovation, technology, upgradation in coach manufacturing, so can you share some insights from your export experience and your global tech efforts, how they can be passed over to Indian Railways, to ICF, to production units? Please tell.
Yeah, thanks for the question. The point is being Alstom is a global company, and all the quality standards are inherited in the all the manufacturing sites. So the point is this, that wherever across the globe, wherever we produce the train sets, it will be in the same quality of quality standards and safety standards of the global, centrally designed. So this enables Alstom to deliver wherever we are, whether we are in India or Australia or in USA or in France, we deliver the same kind of products. This is number one. The number two is very clear that all the systems inside the plants is being defined very clearly with a digital approach, and also a kind of, we enhance all the digital ability in our manufacturing, in our engineering, in after service. It means when it goes to the line, when it is going to the rail network, there also we are able to connect it very clearly. So for every aspects, we have been, the systems are developed and deployed by Central. So we follow this. And the most important point here is, in India, what is the, initially, what is the challenges we had is that the requirement was not so clear. Then we were in a position to understand very clearly with customers, with the clear conversations, and we were in a position to understand and learn a few topics, few things, and we come back to the normal production trend, and we were in a position to meet the export requirements.
Thank you very much. And certainly, listening to all the speakers here, we can certainly feel very hopeful that we will have future-ready coaches very soon, and ICF is always working in that direction, non-stop. If you see the varieties, the changes in design they have made, it's mind-boggling. And keeping that in mind and the various sentiments expressed here, we can be very hopeful for further progress in this direction. I thank all the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you to all the esteemed panelists for the insightful panel discussion. Now I would like to request Sri NSR Prasad to kindly hand over the mementos to all the panelists. To Mr. Andres. To Mr. Suresh. To Mr. Rahul. To Mr. Ankur Maru. To Mr. Vinod Gupta. To the session moderator, Sri Rajkumar Mangla. Thank you once again. I now request all the panelists to come forward for the group photo.
Mr. Verghese, you have expressed strong desire to put up a question. I think I'll take this liberty to just grant him. Well, please be very concise. And
I'd like to know from you how exactly the jerks are being controlled. The jerks.
He will recommend for automatic and semi-automatic couplers, sir.
Yeah, for the automatic coupler, there have been a big change because in the previous, they have been what we call the tight lock coupler inside the train set of the Indian main line. And today, at least for on Amrit Bharat and also these sleeper cars for Vande Bharat, you have a type 10 coupler where you have less slack. So in the past, when you have acceleration and deceleration, you have a slack inside between the cars up to 22 millimeter slack, and now it's reduced with a new type of coupler head, and it's about 0.3 of a millimeter in slack. So it's a new standard of the coupler head.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you once again. Yes, before moving into the next panel discussion, we now have a presentation on Hyperloop by Dr. Aravind Bharatwaraj. He is the co-founder and director of Tutor Hyperloop Private Limited. Over to you, sir.
Shall we start? Okay. Okay, we'll start. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, ICF, for giving me this opportunity to present the work that you have been doing at Tutor, Hyperloop predominantly, and more so from IIT Madras. So, as mentioned, it's Tutor Hyperloop is a startup incubated at IIT Madras. Tutor is just essentially tube train, looking at on-demand sustainable mobility for the world. So, I think just preaching to a choir, all of you should know what the challenges on the high-speed mobility. So if you're looking at it as the speed goes up, essentially the fast and convenience actually translate to expensive and polluting because the efficiency comes down both from your rolling resistance and from your aerodynamic drag. And it also has a severe impact on the emissions. So that is one of the big challenges as we keep going higher in the speed, and how are you going to get a sustainable mode of transportation? And Hyperloop is what is commonly known as a fifth mode of transportation. It's not a new technology, but this came back into vogue from 2013 when Elon Musk had written the white paper looking at how do you get an efficiency. It's essentially looking at eliminating the drag resistance by pushing the pod or a rake in friction by doing electromagnetic levitation. So it's a levitating pod traveling in semi-vacuum track with free of wheel friction and drag. So that's how it makes it efficient and sustainable. It started as a student team, taking on from the initiative from Elon Musk. And IIT Madras was the only team from Asia that's called Avishkar Hyperloop that qualified and has been qualifying every year since 2017. And not just qualifying, but they've also been recognized with awards in the global competition. And around 2021 is when all the sponsors, some of you are here, they said, what is the path for commercialization? Winning competition is good from India. Is there a way for you to take it forward? And that is when the concept of a startup came in. And I was at Mahindra at that time. I took a sabbatical and moved in and been working on this for the last 4 years. And we have been fully supported by not just the academia, but also from our industry partners and from the government. So the Railway Board essentially granted a funding in 2022, May, when the Railway Minister came in there, and this was to set up a subscale facility. Unlike in the other technologies or modes of transportation, in addition to building the car or the pod, you also have to build the infrastructure. Because if you're looking at getting a levitation or a semi-vacuum type of a thing, you have to build that one. So we got it at the subscale. So it's a 2-meter dia, getting in, and it's a 410-meter pod. It's one of the longest in the world, so it's fully functional. I can show some videos of that, what's being done there in terms of demonstrating the technology. And now we are also got an extension from RDSO to do this for 450 meters. We'll make it one of the longest, if not the longest in the world, where we can actually propel the pod in levitation with linear propulsion and also in vacuum. And very generously supported by the industry, while 50% of the thing was given by railways, the other 50% was supported by most of the industry partners, be it from L&T in terms of construction, ArcelorMittal for the steel, and TI, or one of the sponsors here again, Hindalco giving us the aluminum, and many others who have been sponsoring for getting this infrastructure up and running. So coming to Hyperloop, what we are doing differently, now I'm talking from both in IT and from mainly from Tutor in terms of our path to commercialize and how to make it a reality and not just be a pipe dream, both in literally and figuratively, is predominantly while it started in North America, the center of gravity moved to Europe. So most of the players, the startups there are working from Europe, and they come from a different approach. They start with passenger. They have to, for them to get a business case, they have to go at 600 kilometers per hour, at least minimum, to get it competitive to the flight, because they already have 350 high-speed rail and the infrastructure that has been built from there. And that is what essentially becomes a very time-consuming, costly, a lot of capex intensive and technology intensive, and also a lot of policy intensive. And you're trying to cannibalize the existing infrastructure. So that is one of the reasons why it has been talked about a lot, but has not really come to fruition, despite all the big players or the big entrepreneurs trying to put in their wealth and everything. And two previous items, one from Virgin, which is Richard Branson, and Boring from Elon Musk. They went through this direction, and after spending a lot of money, they found that it is a much longer period to get in there. And so when we started, that's why I said we need to differentiate. And I think we can make a virtue out of necessity. We don't have that much amount of capital like what is there in the West. So how do you create this opportunity? The first thing coming from the automotive sector is very clearly saying that you focus on the cargo. The reason why we focus on cargo first for the Hyperloop is looking at the speeds. The threshold from the performance is much lower. And looking from the safety and regulatory standards, it's also much lesser. So you're not in the page two for the wrong reasons. And also in terms of trying to solve a problem, much faster for us to do it, because there is tremendous opportunity for us to make an impact on the logistics. Not for like full-scale corridors, but we can take dedicated corridors where there is a modal shift, and then is there an opportunity for us to improve the efficiency and the revenue generation at that point of time. And the second part, what I call is a technology modularization. So if you're looking at the pure technology play, your Hyperloop is essentially a vacuum electromagnetic levitation. So if you're looking at vacuum as one component, and if you look at electromagnetation, and once you do a levitation, you cannot do a rotary propulsion. You have to move to linear propulsion. So if you're looking at it, if I break it into three, and the sum of that becomes a Hyperloop, then it becomes a solvable technology problem. Because if you're looking at all these three, they're already existent in other sectors of industry, be it in other forms of mobility or in industry applications. So technology does not become an issue. The question comes in, how are you going to get the right type of technology? How do you manage the energy efficiency and the utilization? And how do you put it together so that this becomes affordable and accessible for the application? So that is something which we did very differently from that. And the bigger thing coming from India, the advantage is also while we are doing it, you all the opportunity to earn while you're learning. So actually you're building the subsystems from one technology at a time. You can actually have very clear use cases where you can make an impact, and you can also get the technology mature, and we can also have the roadmap to the full tech stack Hyperloop. The third point, which is again very important, different from what the West was doing, is they had a very, very active infrastructure, be it in HART or any of the other companies. They have an active track. And the challenge there is once you do an active track, the cost multiplies across the entire corridor. So then the capex becomes very high. So we went up with very clear passive track and also scalable. So this also ties in with our modular approach of technology, and also for a cargo-first approach. And one of the patents which we filed also try to keep the cost low. The tube dia, the tube thickness which you're essentially having, that what we have built here is at 6 mm thickness. That's a patent that we have got in here. What is done in the West is around 16 mm. So this is one by design, then by architecture. How do you actually keep the cost of infra much lower? And as you take it forward, this becomes a viable thing from a both commercial point of view. And the fourth part, this is truly interdisciplinary. Actually, it cuts across all engineering segments and beyond. So startup cannot just do this thing. So one of the key things we did is form the strong consortium, right from starting from L&T to ArcelorMittal. We have a very, very strong partners who are helping us to take this technology forward. And that is something going forward we'll be able to see that most of them are Indian multinationals. So trying to see this, can we actually develop this technology from India and actually take it forward globally. And the fifth part, again, very different, is a very conscious call taken. You're not developing a technology in search of a problem. So we wanted to actually, with this approach, look at very specific areas where even the components of the Hyperloop can be of making an impact. And that has also borne fruit for us, essentially got at least a couple of orders, and where we are actually deploying at least one part of the Hyperloop and then taking it forward to scaling it up. And frugal engineering, again, that is a DNA for India, so I don't have to talk about it in this audience. So what we have done till date, essentially, I will just go through the videos here to show what it is. So this is something which we have done. It's taken from the dashboard that we done in one of the ports, where we have repeated the subscale. And this is a single-side linear propulsion. Whatever we did in the IIT facility is a double-side linear induction motor, and this is taken from the digital dashboard. So essentially, we can monitor or operate this whole pod inside a port from remote, anywhere. It's essentially operated through the cloud, and you can actually take all the vitals. So we have put all the IoTs. This is more for a demonstration of the capability that you can have, both from a diagnostics and the prognostics point of view. And going forward, you can also do it for any of the management of the network of pods that you are getting in. And this is a true form of e-mobility, so this is very important for us to maintain in terms of the battery state of charge and everything, and these are all taken live from the actual data from the pod. So this is something to demonstrate, as I mentioned, the first stack of the tech stack, which is the linear propulsion. The second one, this is something which we did in IIT Madras. So this is taken from the tube, right? Why is this? Okay. So here you can see this is a 2-ton pod. And here you're essentially levitating it up to 7 mm above the track. So this is for dynamic levitation with the linear propulsion. So we have been able to actually develop this one. So we are now in the process of perfecting the tolerances in terms of the track. And we have been able to consistently operate this levitation in the tracks outside. And we have also done the initial demonstration inside the tube. So this is the second part, and this is a full 4-quadrant operation. And whatever you're seeing in the energy storage and the inverters and everything, all the design has been done by the team. And now we are actually working for the commercialization path with people who are experts in terms of the manufacturing and taking it forward on a commercial scale. So this is the second part of the tech stack. The third one is essentially we also worked on the vacuum capability. This is inside the tube. I can see it shut. So this tube we have been able to test up to 1,000 kilopascals. This one we are still open the other part. We have done this test at 35,000 kilopascals. But we have got it tested at 1,000 kilopascal, the whole pod, the electronics and everything. And this is just to demonstrate that both with the propulsion in a vacuum environment, we are able to essentially demonstrate it. So we are now working on getting the whole infrastructure up and running in terms of all the tolerances. L&T is working on extending this so that it becomes one of the longest in the world. And we will be able to demonstrate all the 3 technologies in a subscale model. So this is, I think the last one is just to show the linear propulsion with the top hat, where we have essentially gone with the aerodynamic design. We have put in a lot of effort to create an aerodynamic top hat because most of our applications will not be running on vacuum. So there the drag coefficient also becomes significant. So this is something we have run up to 40 kilometers per hour in a 400-meter tube, and both forward and reverse motion, and with 3 types of braking, both electromagnetic braking region and friction braking also. So this is something where we are today in terms of the technology that we have developed, and we are reasonably confident that we can essentially take it up for scale and actually get it into real-world applications. And that is where we are actually currently working on. So this is a double-side linear induction motor. This is not practical application when you go there because the aluminum plate is actually perpendicular to the ground. So this is not a viable one. That's why when you went for the port, we are actually going for the single-side linear induction motion. So our strategy is essentially a cargo-first approach. and a closed loop medium application so that it is in a complete controlled environment. So that's easier for safety and regulatory requirements. And we mature the technology before we go for the passenger segment. And we have a significant cost advantage. And also the modular tech rollout, as I talked about, linear propulsion, electromagnetic levitation, and vacuum propulsion. And this is the partners whom we have worked, predominantly from India, but also global partners. And one of the key things, we also tied up with the European Hyperloop Consortium, more to do that. We are not in competition. At least don't make the mistakes what they have done, because we don't have the resources to keep repeating the mistakes. And that is something which we have worked and built a very strong network. Now, when you're coming into cargo, why we felt that this is a very, very good opportunity, especially coming from India, is a perfect timing for policy. And we find, in addition to railways, there's a significant traction on the ports, essentially ports and yards. And there, essentially, you're looking at a significant improvement in the logistics efficiency. So some of the projects that we are working will have a direct impact on the GDP, especially coming for the greenfield ports, if you're just doing with pure linear propulsion and levitation. And the tech costs are also coming down. So while we are developing in there, we are not coming from 600 kilometers down. We are going from bottom up. We have a good opportunity to maximize and leverage the falling tech cost. And this is a true form of e-mobility, which is autonomous. So that also essentially aligns, so that what we are doing is also working with the partners, not necessarily in the rail ecosystem, but coming from the other ecosystem and essentially inherit the standards, whether it's an EV truck or whether it's from the aero industry and everything. And finally, there's a huge market that can be tapped.
Almost double the global benchmark. With Hyperloop, containers glide through tubes, faster, cleaner, and more reliable, making the same journey in just 1 to 2 hours. One pod replaces 6 trucks, cutting congestion and emissions. This is not just speed, it's transformation.
So this is something which we have a good traction on the port, as I mentioned. Just with pure linear propulsion system, we got a better acceleration capability with dedicated tracks and higher speed. And at least 2 or 3 ports where we are currently working on, they see a huge benefit in terms of their operation efficiency and also meeting that net zero carbon emissions target. And this is not just in India. So we have got a lot of things from the global ports also, where we can compete with the European thing, because our costs are much more competitive than what they're working on. So we are also pursuing those opportunities. And this is for intra-port, is essentially from one berth to the other port, and port to yard is the other port that we are working on. And the last one is the last mile connectivity, which are actually looking at taking it on. And this is one which we are actually got the first, which we demonstrated. They have done the audio visual of how they viewed. This is at the Deen Dayal Port Authority in Kandla.
With this 8 kilometers Hyperloop cargo corridor at Kandla, starting with 1 kilometer by we are unlocking a new era of high-speed, low-emission cargo. It is a big step forward towards implementing the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, for making logistics faster, smarter, and more efficient. India has always been a pioneer in logistics innovation. With Hyperloop, we are embracing future-ready high-speed cargo and system-enhancing operational efficiency, reducing transit time, and making Kandla a global benchmark in smart port infrastructure. Hyperloop will redefine cargo transport for India's ports, cutting transfer times by 50%, optimizing storage and efficiency, and reducing emissions for a cleaner future. With rapid, automated cargo, India will set a gold standard for port infrastructure.
So this is from the Kandla Port there video. And finally, so what we are actually doing is a lot of support from not just the Railways Ministry. We also got support from the Ministry of Shipping and Ports and with the civil supplies. So we have got, in addition to the port and the container orders, we're also now getting one for a metro rail and working on something which is a very exciting thing for the linear propulsions on the mountain railway. So that is something which is directly suited for linear propulsion technology. And we are also working more into actual real-world applications on full scale. The current one is at 80 tons. The next port whom we are talking, they are looking at just 60 tons, 70 tons on just the load itself to take it forward. So this is something which we are getting in and building the ecosystem while we are doing. And the vision is hopefully, unlike in the other sectors where we keep following the standards done by the West, here we have an opportunity to develop the technology here and to set the standard for not just for India, but for the world. Thank you. There are things which has to take in. So we are working on the technology part, but hope India will be the first to reach that. Okay, that's why I said we took an approach where we don't want to go and fight a existing system. It's actually infrastructure. Our target is to keep it competitive to metro cost. So you essentially don't go for all sorts of application. You go for dedicated application, like what I talked in port. When there is a modal shift, the loading, unloading is extremely efficient. The question is what happens after that. And then we essentially push one bottleneck to the other bottleneck to the other bottleneck. And essentially, your whole system efficiency is as strong as your weakest link. So the greenfield port, see, the legacy ports, you have a challenge because you have to work with the existing system and infra. From the Maharashtra government, what they're positioning is the Vadhavan port, which is a greenfield. That's a deep sea port. And the deep sea port, the thought process from them, which we have to now validate with the numbers is, it's 8 kilometers into the sea where you can actually take large ships. So they're actually putting rail and road. They want to try this as an alternative with a dedicated thing and not just park it from the deep sea into the shore, but they want to take another 20 kilometers in and get it onto the east-west, the freight corridor. Once you get that western freight corridor, you are essentially within 24 hours after the container is unloaded from the ship, you should be on the road or on the rail going to distant path. And that their projection is at least it'll shave off 1% of your GDP because that's a logistics improvement that you're doing. So that is the thought process which you're doing. So we are trying to see how we go with them. And that point, it has to be in a tube because you are going to have to take all the crosswinds and everything above the sea. And then you need to also bring it faster because there are a lot more work that needs to be done in terms of how you do the takt time. How do you get this loop of loading and unloading, and how do you do man? So that is at least the thought process for the next 5 to 7 years. Can we actually explore this and take it forward? No, actually, surprisingly, from technology is not a problem. See, the levitation is 50 years old. Linear propulsion is 100 years old. Vacuum is already there. You know, we have done all this stuff in boiler industry and others. The question is, can you do it at the right price performance point? Because in India, our strength is, can you actually get, whether it's ISRO or anything, can you do it at a fraction of a cost what the West is doing? So that means you have to do or develop your technology and deploy what is actually needed for the application, not all the other frills and things which is technically not needed. And that's where we actually started with the cargo, to make it reality sooner than later.
Thank you, sir.
What's the speed you are looking at in cargo to achieve
Cargo,
the best?
see, what we said is 6, is even I go at 150, and it's feasible. Technology-wise, it's not a problem.
Right.
At 150, you are looking at one pod replacing 6 trucks. So that is directly an impact on a cap costs, and then you're looking at the emissions. Now we're taking e-mobility, replacing diesel. So that becomes a very significant impact on all the ports and the yards.
Thank you, sir. Due to time constraint, we now request the participants to take the questions off stage. Sir, please wait. I now request Mr. Harish, Principal Chief Electrical Engineer at ICF, to kindly felicitate Dr. Aravind.
Sir.
So before we move forward, let me make an important announcement. All the respected dignitaries and attendees of this event are kindly requested to also visit the furnishing factory, if time permits. We are displaying the important rolling stocks, Vande Bharat, Amrit Bharat, Kolkata Metro. So for your kind attention, whenever in this busy schedule you find time, please have a visit. So we had a very extensive discussion on the Hyperloop technology and on the future-ready rail coaches. So there was a very important insight on the panel discussion, which is that the future-ready coaches are actually the export-ready coaches. So let us switch some gears and think about what export-ready coaches means. The next session is about the policy, standards, and regulatory pathways for global-ready rolling stocks. As India positions itself in the global market, the alignment of technical standards, safety norms, and certifications has become increasingly critical. It still creates as a bottleneck, and this needs to be solved before we are ready for the global rolling stock market. The present panel will talk about harmonizing the Indian standards with the international standards to enable interoperability, faster approvals, and seamless access to global markets. Thank you.
May I now invite the following esteemed speakers on the dais. Dr. Deepak Tripathi, Director Technical Rights. Shri Hitendra Malhotra, Director General Safety. Dr. Manish Tapliyal, PED Rolling Stock, RDSO. Mr. Dilip Kumar, Chief Design Engineer, ICF. Mr. Mangal Dev, Head Hitachi Rail India and South Asia and Director Hitachi India Private Limited. Mr. Animesh Kumar Sinha, Director General IRMEE. Mr. Sundaresan S, Executive Director SBU Head Metro Rail, BEML. And the session moderator, Mr. Pavandeep Singh Bal, Managing Director, APOL Software Systems. I now request the session moderator, Mr. Pavandeep Singh, to kindly take over the session.
Good afternoon, distinguished panelists, representatives from Indian Railways, industry leaders, and colleagues from Confederation of Indian Industries. It is my privilege to welcome all of you to this session on policy standards and regulatory pathways for globally ready rolling stock. It's a very interesting topic that we have on hand, considering that a couple of years ago, all the standards we were talking about and the expectations of the customer, they were expected to center on performance standards. And India is uniquely positioned. We are already compliant in most of our cases to the EN 50155 standards for rolling stock. Fire standards have caught on. There's a lot more coverage that we need to do to meet enhanced passenger requirements, as well as business processes, plus the policy encouragement that we can seek from the government, enable us to have export-led growth in railway industry. The automotive industry has done a great job in exporting and meeting domestic demand. We are a very competitive industry there. And there's no reason why railway industry with such leadership present cannot achieve the same benchmarks in a short period of time. So I'll start by introducing the distinguished panel. I have with me Mr. Hitendra Malhotra, DG Safety Railway Board. Oh, he's not here. All right, sorry. Mr. Manish Thapliyal, PED Rolling Stock, sir. Mr. Dilip Kumar, Chief Design Engineer, ICF. Mr. Mangaldev, Head Hitachi Rail India and South Asia and Director Hitachi India Private Limited. Mr. Animesh Kumar Sinha, DG IRMI, and Mr. Sudharesan S, Executive Director, SBU. Yeah. And Mr. Deepak Tripathi, Director, Rights. I'll start with my first question, sir, on this topic. And my question is for Mr. Manish Thapliyal. Sir, RDSO standards form the backbone of rolling stock certification in India. How is RDSO aligning technical specifications with emerging global standards to promote export readiness specifically?
I think that's a very, very pertinent question, and especially in relation to RDSO. Since morning, we have been hearing that railways is a very, very complex system, highly technologically dependent. There are so many technologies which have to work in consonance with each other. So RDSO's role, as we all know or maybe perhaps not know, the RDSO's role is for the standardization, for the testing, and for the certification of all the rolling stock that plies on the IR network. And even on the metro network also, we are doing a lot of tests. So what is important is that whenever we have a new technology, a new specification, we have to look at the user end, the last mile also. A thing has to become, it has to be inducted into a rolling stock, it has to be maintained. It has to be maintained across so many other geographically distributed areas. So what is important is standardization. So that's where RDSO forms the backbone. Now the other part comes whether we have distinct specifications, distinct standards for testings which are different than others. I would say that's a bit of a yes and a no. It's the role of RDSO to have incorporate the different global standards. Just in the previous presentations, we have heard about 15227 for crashworthiness. That is one thing which is followed at RDSO itself. The dynamic oscillation testing that is being done for rolling stock, for that we follow the EN standard. So in large number of the rolling stock, even in the Vande Bharat which is being used, we are using the globally accepted standards. So as the head of the rolling stock division in RDSO, one thing I want to assure or rather emphasize that we are not here to reinvent standards. Whatever standards are globally accepted, we are incorporating them in our performance standards. But what is important is we are not blindly saying that this is going to be the norm. We have a different system, different climatic conditions. There are certain requirements of the BG network also, which will require that the standards will be slightly tweaked. So all those things are there. Our role is to harmonize these, make them useful for our conditions, and that we are going to take. We are open to, and we are actively doing this use of globally accepted standards. Now the end use is also very clear. We want to use globally accepted standards because it helps in the export market. It helps us to quickly adapt the technology. Some product which is already available, which is already tested to a global standard, we'll definitely take that. So that portion is there, and I think I would have answered your question to some extent.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. Very well put. There's an add-on question that I would have for you on the very subject. While product standards would make an absolute win for the customer, but more or less they are the hygiene factors now in the international markets. If you really have to deliver at scale all over the world, the strength of business processes of our supply chain becomes quite important. What are your thoughts on it, and how can we, because RDSO is also a vendor approving authority, how can we enhance the process capability of our industry in order to meet the international standards? Do guide us.
Absolutely. In fact, the first question is related to the second question, I would say. The adoption of the globally accepted standards, that ensures a better supply chain. The second part is, supposing there is someone who wants to be a partner in the railways progress, how does the vendor accepting process itself take place? So as I said, our role is testing and certification. So we have testing facilities. Wherever we don't have the testing facilities, we are engaging with the academia, we are engaging with the industry, we are even engaging, like we had just had a presentation by ARAI. So we are using their facilities also. It is another facet of RDSO where we have to ensure that the supply chain, that the business associates or the vendor, they are developed as quickly as possible. What we prefer, and what is the Government of India's stated policy also, we want that we have globally accepted standards. The products are made in India, and even if the firm is maybe a global company and they have established their premises here, there is an element of localization which keeps on increasing. So in that way, we are taking care that the supply chain moves along with the technology. As and when we are getting new rolling stock, new supply chain, new ecosystem has to be developed. So we are working on that, and we are always open to all kinds of suggestions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dilip, ICF is developing the next generation train sets. You already set a great benchmark with the Vande Bharat, Vande Metro now. And you're looking at the domestic as well as the global markets. What are the design, certification, and sub-vendor support challenges in meeting these diverse international requirements and international standards?
Yeah. Yes, actually, Vande Bharat, the development has set a new milestone in the Indian rolling stock, especially the Indian railway manufacturing units. We have moved on from a product-based, earlier we were making a manufacturing of product based on an established design. So Vande Bharat, we have migrated to a design-based products. We are designing and making the products. So that has set in not only in the ICF, even our vendor base. Like that time we remember, some of the suppliers used to say, we are proud that we are able to, just to see the European trains being made in India. So that has started an era, I should say, that where we have shifted from product based to design based. And we understood, like, I mean, you see, it's not just that ICF has done it, it's the market has made ICF to do it actually. Because metro trains running in India, I mean, people are, I mean, the same passengers are traveling in metro trains and they're coming and seeing the coaches. So it has forced, I mean, and the nature has set in that ecosystem to go to design. So now coming, actually, that has a starting point. The Vande Bharat is a starting point where Indian Railways has realized the strength, I mean, the requirement of a design organization. So as you, I mean, said, like international, export, everything, I mean, this all, I'm very glad to see that in the first inaugural session, one of the speakers mentioned that we're very happy that we are supplying to Indian Railway standards that has made us to compete easily in the global market. I mean, so the standards as such, the problem is the difference in language. Because generally our standards focus on more of testing and more of, I mean, like it should be, strength should be so much, strength should be this much, something like that. But EN standards are more defined by the manufacturers. I mean, how actually, I mean, there should be leeway. We cannot say that, of course, if the tolerance is 0.5 excess, your product cannot work. So EN standards are more, I feel, as supplier enabling. I mean, because they're mostly done by like Association of, European Association of Suppliers. So now actually it's like, I mean, waking up for Indian Railway government production units to an international thing. So we have, so now what I would like to say is, now, I mean, now these EN standards are there. So what I feel, I mean, as one of the world's biggest manufacturers, we should also be actively participating in the making the standards, not just following the standards. We should be actively participating in the standards, to making of the standards. Somehow we are conservative. We feel that we, I mean, generally when we see in the interaction also, we feel somewhat conservativeness in our Indian ecosystem, that they know better or they know, but only thing is we don't know the language. I mean, the way things are, they don't. I hope I am on the track or I'm something going out of. So, now we are now focusing on, actually when we are discussing with the other industry, automotive or, I mean, the digital tools coming up, when we discuss with the supplier of the CA tools, we see that world is progressing in various fields in greater, much excellent pace. And it is only, I mean, the institutes like ICF or RDSO is how we can use the technologies available, maybe the cross-fertilization or cross-substitution of the technologies. We need not invent, as Sir said, we need not invent any standards. Everything is there. It's only how we can adapt it. That itself is a very big task. You see, like I say, propulsion system is available, plug doors are available, couplers are available. How to make them to adapt to our standards, the way we maintain, the way our tracks are there. That is, I think, the biggest challenge, which I think ICF is trying to do something so that these technologies will benefit our, passengers in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilipji. I think that's very interesting. And your perspective on adopting international standards and, more importantly, contributing towards them, I think that's a new perspective which has a lot of merit. If we are one of the largest rolling stock manufacturing country, it's a pity we don't participate in them. But we should really progress towards that. Mr. Mangaldev, sir, global OEMs like Hitachi operate across multiple regulatory environments. You're global. From your perspective, what policy or process reforms could make India a closer fit to international certification norms?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, let me just give you some background about Hitachi. So we have two mother plants, one in Japan, in Casado, and one in Pistoia in Italy. So this is through, one is the, the original Hitachi, the other is what we acquired to do business in Europe. And recently, we have commissioned a factory in USA, in Hagerstown, in Maryland. So, the journey of standards, which we used to follow in Japan, as you all know, every country who is, has a legacy railway system has their own standards, from the very beginning, and how they evolve with the requirement of that particular operator. So Japan, as you know, Japanese industrial standards, and also the other standards that they specifically use for railways, like SHORE, the strict performance-based outcome kind of criteria. And then you move to Europe, which is more of, recently UIC standards have been there, and that is mostly applicable. But before that, you had specific British standards. You have, the German standards, and then the American standards. So, we have kind of, India has kind of, taken something, from all these standards and tried to put together our own standards, which is RDSO, which is very good. But sometimes, it's very difficult to equate, one standard versus the other. So are you building a lot of, buffer in those standards, or, how really are you making sure that these standards are equivalent and, they are applied? So I don't know, what is the best approach for India now that we have already, so many factories set up and, so much of manufacturing taking place. But one thing which you observed and we observed is that when we introduced metros in the country, we strictly followed, the latest and the brightest standards coming from Europe. And the performance of this rolling stock has been phenomenal. So somewhere we have to unify these standards, in a more comprehensive manner, in a more outcome-based kind of requirement, rather than just stacking them up together. So stacking them up, will add a lot of inefficiencies of the standards. But what is more important is not just the manufacturing or the standard, but also making sure your entire supply chain, value chain, is operating on very same and similar standards. And how do you ensure that? Of course, you ensure that when you do the design of a particular rolling stock following a V-curve, right from the requirement down to the specification, down to every subsystem, and then you start building it back and then measuring it, validating it, with different ways, and then, you have finally the homologation. So this V-curve following on a particular product, whether we make Vande Bharat or the new trains in the future, I think this is very, very important, where you are integrating all the systems, all the requirements, first of all, disintegrating into several subsystems, and then, adding them together and carrying out the validation at every standard. So that is the holistic approach, and of course these standards come from the railway system. So whether you're talking about high-speed railway or metro railway or Indian Railway, so Indian Railway will have to do, RDSO will have to do a lot of rethinking on, if we have to go global, then global follows very different standards, holistically. I mean, we could, supply one component or two components, making UIC or EC standards, but when you are going to play in the global market as a rolling stock supplier, then you have to know the entire, the standards of the railway of that region or that country, and then we have to, do a kind of equivalence, and this is going to be a very comprehensive task. What is more important also is, in addition to the supply chain that I mentioned, the audit of the supply chain. On different aspects, you have to carry out the audit from different intervals. You have to do the audit. You have to grade this entire supply chain on different levels, so that holistically you are able to add up and, to give an outcome that is required. Because the quality and the performance will depend on the quality of the components and the quality of craftsmanship that you have in the factory. Even for the craftsmanship, you need to have, same standards in ICF, MCF, RCF, or, whatever factories. I don't know whether we have those same standards. So creating a common uniform manufacturing life cycle platform is also very important. So my recommendation to railway is, somebody should create this platform, life cycle manufacturing platform system, which is same. The train that comes out from ICF should be the same train coming from MCF and coming from RCF, or for that matter from the private sector. So once you have these standards, which we follow, all the mature rolling stock companies in the world, they have their own standard, and all their factories are calibrated on those standards. And the same language, same standards, same measurement, same decision making is being done when you put all that together. So this is the conventional method of doing things. What we have done in the new factory that we are commissioning, as you know, we are in the age of, we are in the digital age. We are using AI, ML everywhere. We are talking about that computers will take over from us, and they will be doing majority of the job. So same applies when you are building a new factory. So when we started conceiving this factory, Hitachi is a leader in the digital technologies also in addition to rolling stock. So we could leverage on what is available within Hitachi and conceive a completely digital factory. So here the complete product life cycle of the rolling stock, from the design, engineering, supply chain, manufacturing, then putting into operation, commissioning and putting into operation, and the maintenance till the entire life, so much of data is created. And this data sits in computers in different places, and it is not being touched at all. So now we have created this new platform, unified digital layer on top of our, the conventional system, which will take all this data and will carry out, this big data analytics based on Hitachi engines that we have developed, and give a kind of an optimized system, a kind of a continuous system where anybody could access the entire throughout the life cycle of this rolling stock manufacturing, and therefore it will shorten the whole development time. First of all, shorten and reduce all the inefficiencies that we have. We have different, even in a factory you have from the car body to the bogie to the assembly to the commissioning. I mean, machines don't talk to each other. We have manual data sitting there, and this data we are not able to use. So this unified digital layer will take data from different configurations and put it to one platform, and then create a data lake which will be applied different algorithms. Let's say for the car body, if you have to optimize the manufacturing craftsmanship of a car body, then it will look at all different kind of operators, machines, and timing, etc., and the requirement of the design, and then create and give a kind of a harmonized, a most optimized information which can be reused into our manufacturing and programming of the machines to create a kind of very, very unified standard design or manufacturing of these car bodies, which mean when it will go into operation, you will find much easier to commission it, because you won't have any challenges of any issues which you have to repair, stop and repair. So you could commission it very easily, and the final performance that you will provide to your passengers will be world class. So these are some of the ideas, thoughts, that I would like to share.
Thank you, Mangalji. Mr. Ranmesh Kumar Sinha, skill development remains a crucial aspect for implementing evolving global standards. Honorable Minister recently also emphasized about lean in another conference that I was at. Lean and Six Sigma approaches towards 360-degree quality management and to enhance our export competitiveness. When we put these two together, sir, what steps can IRMI take alongside industry associations like CII to upskill design and testing personnel for international regulatory compliances?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Minister, he has already announced setting up a Center of Excellence for which we have processed. So very shortly we will be having that, and I have planned to have the best of the world thing there. So any standard is followed, we will definitely have the skilled manpower. I mean, we can train the skilled technician, engineers of Indian Railways. But before harping on this topic of safety, we need to take a holistic view. The topic like today is, I'm just repeating the topic, alignment of technical standards, safety norms, and certification frameworks. And the panel will deliberate on harmonizing Indian standards with international regulatory regimes to enable interoperability, faster approval, and seamless access to global market. So before we talk about international standards, let's talk about Indian standards. In India, we have the same standard. We are aware of everything. Yet we are having safety violations. Yet we are having accidents. So we have to go through that. We have to understand the root cause, why these things are happening. And we can't have a thing like we are having dual standard. that for rolling stock running in India, we will have this standard, and for international, we will having different safety standard. Of course, you can do the customization if there are some legal frameworks that you can do. But overall, end-to-end thing will remain the same. I'm just breaking it down in elements, like what we teach in IRMI. See, like the regulatory or the cooperative international agencies, we are having UIC, ISO, then we are having OTIF, though India is not a member of OTIF. We are having IEC, International Electrochemical Standards. Then for a standard, we are having ISO, EN, IRS, BIS, everything. For vendor, we also have IRIS certification. So the thing is that how is safety incorporated? Safety is incorporated first of all by design. Like design, I'm just giving a classic example. Like the side bearing spring of BLC, the same spring was introduced in Buxton HA. And that spring failed left and right. The failure rate was almost around 70 to 80%. Because the simple thing was that on the design table, it was not taken into account that BLC rakes do not undergo tippling, but Buxton HL rakes, they undergo tippling, and because of that, there is shifting of the inner spring, and the spigot height had to be increased. Just a very small thing, but in design, if you don't take the ground condition into account, then a tested and proven design will fail. Then similarly, we have to come to the manufacturing. Then there are checks during maintenance and automatic measurement and diagnostic. Then training, which I am concerned. Onboard monitoring. Onboard monitoring, then wayside equipment. Here with ICF and Indian Railways, the biggest challenge we have is that we are having a gauge isolate. We are having 1676. And the only gauge which matches with it is the Iberian gauge being followed in Portugal and Spain. We are having 1676, I think they are having 1668. So, I mean, slightly tighter gauge, then it will conform to that. All over the world, what is being followed is standard gauge. So it is not that that you just increase by the factor of broad gauge to standard gauge and you can bring a design change. You have to go back to the design table and redesign everything. So if you are exporting to any other country like ICF or Indian Railways are exporting to any other countries which is not having broad gauge, then you have to take these things into account. And I think this is the primary challenge, and this is the reason metro we are following the standard gauge. The initial metro, though they are broad gauge, but the coaches, instead of being 3.6 meter, I think, they are less than 3 meter. In fact, the bogie is broad gauge, but the body is the standard gauge. So, that kind of challenge will be there, which we have to be aware. Then you also have to be aware that ground situation is different than what has been brought on paper, what has been brought in the contract. Like large number of train parting in LHV coaches. It was again a proven and tested design in Germany, but when it was introduced in India, in the early 2000s, we were having spate of train partings. In fact, I remember when I was posted in Danapur division, the Patna Rajdhani, there was train parting within a short distance of 10 kilometers, there were, I think, 4 or 5 train parting. And ultimately what I did was that I reversed the coupler which was in the front, that I brought to the other side, to the coaching site, and only after that it was not there. Again, here the thing was that the coupler on the engine which we are following was of American standard, and your coaching stock was of European standard. There was no matching. So these type of things often escape when you sit on the design table or when you finalize the contract and other thing. Then again, there has to be iterative calibrating of technology and adoption. Here I am giving the practical example of your rail bomb. the rail bomb technology, that is the acoustic bearing measurement technology, it is a proven and tested thing in Australia. But when it was introduced in India, it was not a success to that extent. And being in I was PCM in North Central Railway, I have done an in-depth analysis. I also submitted a report to MTRS. And here what I observed was that what has to be done was not drilled down to all the stakeholders. Like in the, I mean, it was initially envisaged that whatever failure are there, they will be inspected in workshop, and some amount of, I mean, it was basically an additive technology, because Australian gauge is different, here the gauge is different, so the acoustic signature will be different. You will be having false negative, false positive. You have to correlate, okay, the system has told it is a failure, but it is not a failure. You have to recalibrate the system. That kind of two-way dialogue, the constant dialogue was not there, and therefore a proven technology could not be incorporated here. And if you talk of the global market, then the thing is that you can't go for waiting the failure to happen. You have to have a predictive technology like onboard monitoring or your wayside equipment, which can, I mean, predict that after, say, a lapse of 1 week, 10 days, or 5,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, certain things will fail. So for incorporating those kind of things, you have to have, I mean, constant dialogue, and you have to understand the operating condition. I mean, most of the time, we fail to appreciate what actually is happening in the field. Like we had a very bad experience. We had exported ICF coaches to Bangladesh. Again, it is a proven design. We have been running for around 50, 60 years. But in Bangladesh, we had issues with that. So, I mean, there the maintenance practice may be entirely different. Certain items which you are inspecting after 3 months here, they might not be inspecting after a year also. So those type of things you have to take into account if you have to incorporate safety. And I mean, there are several things like your spring failure. I'm not going to that. For spring failure, we had to do local adaptation. There was a very simple thing. The ferrule was breaking because it was not flexible. So we manufactured a kit to repair that. So, I mean, concluding, the thing is that we have to interact with all ranks and files of the organization where we are trying to export. Then we have to have a validated design. And what we manufacture in-house as well as outsource, we have to have the absolute quality and standard and monitoring thing. And ultimately, we have to have this hand-holding for sufficient duration. And the training is again dependent on the type of maintenance practice which is recommended by the OEM. And that thing has to be validated by the training institution as well, because I mean, maintenance practices is seldom uniform. If you I mean, move across the globe, the maintenance practices vary. What you see here in a quarter, someone else may be seeing them after, let's say, after 2 years or 3 years. The type of frequency which we have, which you have for Vande Bharat after 18 months, that may vary. So, I mean, if you go through, like, I mean, diesel locomotive, you have set of spares, you have set of tools, you have set of equipments. So, all the things you have to specify in detail, and then, I mean, train their manpower. IRMI is willing to come forward and assist in training. We are already training a number of, I mean, foreign railway officials in IRMI. So, I mean, be assured that IRMI will be always there to incorporate these things, so that, I mean, overall, we have absolute safety. Safety is again something which is 100%. We can't have something like 99.99% and we leave 0.01%. So we dream and we strive towards achieving 100% reliability and 100% safety. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that was extremely well put. The learning curve of our people is going to be a key determinant in how successful we are in adopting the latest technology and also taking it internationally. Thank you for that insight, sir. Mr. Sundarasan, as BML SBU head for Metro Rail, BML has delivered a lot of rolling stock in India, and you worked with international partners, bringing their production technology and their system technologies to India, and did some successful implementations. What lessons from those experiences can inform policy harmonization for export-grade manufacturing in India? That's my question one to you. Second would be that traditionally in the metro sector, the Indian Railway mainline vendors have not really been considered because it's more or less been an import, assemble and deploy for good reason. I won't complain about that. But over the years, especially with Vande Bharat-like initiatives, the industry has evolved. It has learned. How do you think now the Indian supply chain can play a collaborative role in taking BML to newer heights for metro rolling stock? We have a constraint on time as well, so kindly make it brief and very succinct. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. BML is manufacturing the metro rolling stocks for the past, from the year 2008, and we have at present, we have rolled out more than 2,100 metro cars to start with the Delhi Metro, then Bangalore Metro, then Kolkata Metro, and Mumbai Metro, the last. And further orders on execution is Mumbai Metro further, then the CMRL is in the design stage, and the Bangalore Metro is already in the supplies. So if you look into the metros, there are two types of configuration what we look into. One, we operate on the OIHE, that is 25 kV, and another is the third rail system. So as explained by the earlier speakers also, that modular platform that we are not able to adopt because we don't have a standard propulsion system what we use in our metros. Every metro corporation, metro train is having a different propulsion system. So we have adopted Mitsubishi Electric for Bangalore Metro, Delhi Metro, and Calcutta Metro. And for the first time, we have operated with Hitachi propulsion for Mumbai Metro. That is also, again, for 198 cars also, we are going to adopt the same systems. So for all these metro cars, what we manufacture, we adopt the EN standards. EN standards, and to clearly adhere to the standards and to see whether it is followed, all the metro corporations appoint general consultants. General consultants are generally from the overseas, and they strictly follow the documentation, they validate the design, each and every stage they go through. It is a very strict process, guidelines what they follow through. So if we follow those guidelines and process, documentation, everything, these products are rolling out in world-class standards. So it is, of course, it is now, we have not exported till now any metro coaches to overseas. We are on the job, and shortly we will be able to break the ice and we will be able to export metro coaches to the global market. When you see what are the lessons learned, when we go through the process of the general consultants, what they see, what is the design approvals they do, what is the documentation, what they do, very clear-cut documentation, and every stage, and each and every stage of metro car is cleared by the general consultant. Without the stage clearance, it will not move to the next stage also. It is very stringent. And the traceability is there. back traceability will be there, and each and every document can be traced, and every process can be traced, what we have done, what went wrong, and what is correct. Everything is traceable. And if you look at the RAMs, that is reliability, availability, maintainability, and safety standards, what we have to maintain for this metro coaches, it's at very high standards that we have to maintain, and we have to do it. And while maintaining the EN standards, what we do when to get the RDSO, oscillation trials and further revenue clearances, we have to do so many tests, test reports has to be submitted. For example, squeeze tests of the car body, then bogie rotational test, we have to submit the test results, and we have to go for a climatic chamber test for proving the specific energy consumptions. But unfortunately, any of these tests, no Indian lab or no Indian agency is certified or qualified to do that activity. That is a sorry set of affairs, and we have to hire agency from Austria or from Europe to do this particular thing. That for climatic chamber test, we have to pack the entire car. One full complete car we have to ship to the agency for doing that particular test. So these kind of facilities we have to bring it to India for the next level. If you adopt those standards, and we want to do global export for both metros and Indian Railways. For both we need to that. And thanks to ICF, with ICF we are going to set up one climatic chamber that it will take some time. After that, the climatic chamber tests can be done at ICF itself. But going forward, the other tests like bogie rotational test and other squeeze tests, that the agency like ARI and other agencies in India can develop the capability and take the certifications, because these metro corporations and the GCs working in metro corporations, they strictly go by the EQC norms. That is 3 years, they should have the experience of doing that. All those things will come into picture. The regulatory authorities or CII to work with them to relax those regulations to maybe 1 year or some period, for considerable period, not 3 years. So that those agencies will come into picture at a very faster rate of time, not 3 years to wait time. So that is also one of the things. Coming to the supply chain, again the same problem exists with the onboarding of vendors for metro corporations. The EQC, again the qualification criteria placed in the ERTS of the tender and also the contract says, again 3 years performance. 3 years performance, one vendor has to be in place to qualify. Otherwise, the GC has to issue a document for NO, notice of no objection, for getting into metro. So whatever we float tenders, they will not be qualified without taking the particular NO from GCs. So the only way through is you have to catch hold of the foreign agency or foreign collaborator or OE, where they have the qualification criteria to get into metros. Then only a vendor from Indian market can get into or India, a qualified, a certified vendor who is a very long player in Indian Railways can get into metro business. Otherwise, it is very difficult. Otherwise, we have the MOA, CIA or any other agency has to work with MOA to relax those guidelines for Indian industry to bring down the 3 years strict period of performance to 1 year or maybe 1.5 years, so that they can come into the picture fast. That is the main requirement for an Indian company to get into metro business. Otherwise, it is not possible. Yes, looking at the capabilities, we also, as a Make in India initiative, we also go through the vendor approvals. We go to the vendor places, and we generate with very great difficulty. We generate a developmental order from metro corporations. So we have to give a lot of confidence. We have to give a lot of assurances. We have to break the ice there to get that particular developmental order. Yes, we have onboarded certain good vendors through developmental orders for panels or some other aggregates for Indian vendors also. So this was one of the main thing as a policy point of view, as a policy reform. They have to bring it in to onboarding of Indian vendors into metro business. Thank you.
So that's a very interesting perspective. An add-on question to that. See, when we look at the production units in Indian Railways, they, I think, pick up vendors who later on become extremely competent at what they do and they start adding value. And that gives us them a robust supply chain that they just need to upgrade. But in metro, without a robust supply chain, domestic, do you think exports will be sustainable? That's not going to happen. How can we raise a policy concern on this and create an environment where Indian industry gets an equal chance when consultants draft these policies? Make in India is always there.
Yes.
So if we insist that they have to look at Make in India guidelines and do this as at the first stage of tendering itself, I think a lot can be solved. What's your opinion on this?
Definitely. What they do, yes, in all our tenders, Make in India policy, Make in India guidelines is a standalone. That will be there. But the only point, what I mentioned, thing is that one of the things which overrules that is, a vendor qualifies with the NO from the GCs. That needs to be eliminated. If that is eliminated, automatically Make in India will come into picture. We can have very good vendors who are very good long-time vendors for Indian Railways can be onboarded into metro business. Definitely.
Sir, I speak on behalf of the Indian supply chain vendor base.
Definitely.
We look forward to you being the bellwether and the torchbearer to get that done.
Definitely, we want more and more Indian vendors to be onboarded. We want industry funders from India only to be more competitive price-wise to step into the global market.
All right.
Everything we can't import always.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll open the floor to a few questions. We have the time to go for 2 questions at max. Anything from the audience, please feel free.
For GC to issue the, to the newcoming vendors?
On newcoming vendors, they go by the EQC clause. That is eligibility qualification clause or ERTS, that it is specified that you would have supplied to one metro corporations, it should have performed for 3 years. That is a problem. That can be relaxed. It is a MOA guideline. Definitely, that particular guidelines are given by MOA. If MOA minds, they can relax those guidelines for Indian vendors. That is possible, yes. High-speed train is in the design stage and it is going on. Maybe by next year or starting of the next year, we can see a progress in that.
Thank you everyone, and I sincerely thank the panelists for this extremely informative and engaging conversation. And I'll not stand between the lunch and the house. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to all the panelists for the engaging session ahead. I would like to invite Mr. Dilip Kumar to kindly felicitate the panelists. To Mr. Pavandeep Singh. To Dr. Manish Taplial. To Mr. Mangal Dev. Mr. Animesh Kumar Sinha. To Mr. Sundaresan. I request the panelists to come forward for the group photo, please. Thank you once again. Dear delegates, we are now breaking for a networking lunch. I request all the delegates to kindly assemble back by 2:55 p.m. to start the next session on time. Lunch is being served at the dining hall to the left. Thank you.
electronics, pantographs, wheels, brake systems, from the best in the market, and you are essentially a system integrator, not a real builder. The advantage is that it gives you the best product that you can imagine as a system integrator. And it's a big job. It's not that anybody can do it. So we will see how the next generation of rail coaches will combine digital intelligence, energy efficiency, and resilient industrial ecosystems during our discussions. So we have a very experienced panel here. People who have worked on ICF, RCF, CLW, and the industry. Let me start with Mr. Srinivas, who was the GM of RCF.
They just do longitudinal beds to do it. So it's so easy to make. In fact, China has changed over to aluminum carbide coaches long back. In fact, if you give them the order to make a stainless steel coach, they will say that thank you. The same cost or maybe lower cost, we'll give you the aluminum carbide coach. Because the entire industry has been totally geared up to make only aluminum carbide coaches. Because it's ease of manufacture. Of course, weight advantage also is there. So coming to Indian context, we try to do that. We took the initiative at ICF a few years back with the approval of rail board that we'll set up aluminum carbide manufacturing facility right in ICF with foreign collaborator. So it was almost through, but at last stage it continued. And another attempt was made by rail board level where we have adopted the specification at ICF only, the committee of board officers, which is ours and so on, and against that, rail board has provided a tender for the 100 aluminum carbide train sets of 200 km speed. That also fell through the last stage. In fact, had aluminum carbide project been successful, we will be totally different league today. In fact, there is no doubt that they scored much better, and there are a lot of advantages of recycling other things. And not only that, if you go for much higher speeds, say if you go for 300 plus speeds, and you have to go for aluminum carbide per se because of some functional requirements, airtight things like that. For one of those requirements, you have to go for aluminum carbide coaches. In the future, when you go for different high speed trains. But right now, sir, what I see is that still we are trying to make some attempts in a small way to make the aluminum carbide coaches. But the initiative has to come from railway board, and the Indian industry can gear up provided the numbers are very big. Otherwise, the numbers are small. we are dependent upon the external sources for the efficiency because it is a capital intensive venture for setting up the extrusion plant here.
Indian industry should gear up. Now, where do you think we have been coach builders and locomotive builders for the last 70 years, pretty high tech at that. Do we really need foreign technology or collaboration to upgrade our existing designs and speeds and safety systems, let's say from 160, 200 to 350 kmph? Or can we really do it indigenously or not? Why is this insistence that we need foreign technology? Or a perception, I would say insistence, perception in the industry.
I share my experience with regard to the Vande trials. At that time when we started this in the year 2017-18, we were actually having only the ICF ICF design coaches, and LHB coaches were just being made at ICF. And quite a quantum jump compared to the LHB coaches, the train sets. And definitely, sir, we are not having at that point of the time the confidence that we can do it ourselves. But once we started the Vande train and making, and once we have made it, we got full confidence that now India, with Indian engineers, can make the train sets not only for 160 kmph. Vande trains, what we have made was 160 kmph. Later, in fact, at that point of the time, we were discussing internally that why not 250 kmph? Why not 350 kmph? We can make it with the experience that we have gained. Now, I'm confident that Indian engineers and for Indian industry, definitely we can make 250 kp speeds and also 300 plus kp speeds. But first time when we started making Vande trains, at the time it was totally a different, totally a new concept, new venture. So we need to have some where to start. So at that point of the time, yes, we are taking some help for the foreign consultants. I think when you go for the next ISP,
I totally agree. First time help is good enough. We can, coming from this to high speed, we cannot do that unless we do the electrics, matching electrics. And my question to Mr. T.P. Dash is, who is the CD Electrical and retired GM CLW. We often loosely talk of energy efficiency as kWh per seat kilometer. Now, this is the Japanese and European standard, how many power unit per seat kilometer. But it was a lot in the background. How to achieve the lowest kWh per seat kilometer. How to achieve the highest acceleration without loading your equipment. How to achieve a maximum speed, cruising speed. At the same time, keeping the cost per seat kilometer low. This is a challenge electrical engineers will face because they contradict. There was a talk when the first two trains were built that they're not energy efficient. I didn't agree with that theory at all. There's nothing called non-efficient electricity because otherwise you will melt in I2R losses. So how do Mr. Das see energy efficiency going up with existing technology for higher speed, or do we need to induct some path-breaking technologies in the coming years?
Good afternoon.
Efficiencies or the new devices
which can be used to control the or enhance the efficiency close to 93%. And again, transformer is around 98 to 99%. Now, if we change the new devices which has come, instead of silicon, we have silicon carbide IGBTs, which are deployed, which can be deployed in the converters, where we can again increase the efficiencies. The basic advantage of silicon carbide is that it has a higher junction temperature. It not only have a better transformation, in the efficiencies will ultimately result in higher efficient rolling stock, more sustainable rolling stock. The other question what we would like to address is the how you can get a better acceleration. The acceleration is a factor of adhesion control. If you have a strict and efficient adhesion control with the kind of energy what you supply, you will be able to achieve the level of 0.7 or 1 meter per second square, and that's how you can reach the desired amount of the efficiency. The third part is the actual design requirements. Now the electrics has got certain weight. When we talk about the equipments, whether it is transformer, converter, or the traction motor, set with lot of auxiliaries and cables and relay controls at different places, we need to put a target for those weight. That is, X amount weight should deliver X amount of energy requirements. So thereby, what will happen is, you will reduce the weight on the train by controlling the weight of the equipments, and therefore the equipment also will become, your system will become more efficient. When we have made the specification for the train sets for sleeper trains, we kept the limit for the propulsion weight to 240 tons or so, if I remember correctly. So there is, if you keep a target, people work on that to reduce the, optimize the weight. I may not say it is a reduction, optimization of the weight of each and every equipment. So coming back to the overall efficiency, the requirements are there, a optimized design with the latest semiconductors what we have in our cupboard, and developing the entire technology within the country. That is where we should focus and see that now we are in a position to do the existing system of controls. We look for a better control system and better equipment using the latest semiconductors.
Thank you very much, very enlightening. We therefore need to challenge our supplier base and our designers to deliver more with less. And 95% overall efficiency would be my dream if we happen to do it. Now we've done the mechanical and electrical, let's move to the interiors, where I would request Mr. Ramachandran, the GM of 3M. So they are one of the most highly innovative companies in the world. I think they own maximum number of patents. Am I right? Yes. And they make everything that you can see around and everything that you do not see around, they'll make it for you. So now the interiors of a coach is what set the tone for passenger comfort. Whether it's rexing or a foam or a panel or decals or lighting. So, Mr. Ramachandran, what innovations can you think from your portfolio will bring about more passenger comfort and energy efficiency and reduce maintenance efforts in coaches?
Very valid question and very lively question, because probably about a week, 10 days back, a little bit of a brainstorming was happening with ICF on the same topic, that how do we make interiors look more passenger friendly, more comforting and soothing to the passenger. 3M as an organization, as you mentioned, sir, we work extremely focused on bringing new technology to resolve some of the prevalent problems for our customers. So when you talk about the coach interiors, we have developed some of sustainable solutions which we manufacture using some of the recycled products. Thereby you end up reducing the depletion of products that can be taken out from the nature. So just as an example, there are certain films of 3M which are basically manufactured from recycled goods, and it can give a finish that can be achieved using laminate. So the reason why I took this example is that passenger feels more calm. One thing that we always think about when it comes to rail passenger is that, especially in India, after so much hectic day of work, he comes onto a coach and he gets a sleep in a coach. He needs to be given a soothing experience. He needs to be given a calming experience. His mind has to be calm. He has to get a good rest inside the coach. So we ensure that there are a lot of technologies available in today's global scenario, and we are also playing a major role in terms of making that more comfortable and soothing to the passenger. Second thing is that some of our the thermal insulation technologies that we are working on help maintain the inside of the coach cooler, so that passenger gets a little bit of comfort when he's actually taking a day travel, as sir mentioned, in today's high-speed trains of Vande Bharat. So there's a lot of avenues that 3M is working on in terms of this angle of sustainability and passenger experience.
Thank you. Let's come back to production once again. I'll request Mr. T.Rajan, who's been a very tightly run production unit of RW Bangalore. He's been in maintenance. He's seen the best and worst. Maintenance is a very bad job. So when we talk of large scale production, Indian Railways production units are second to none. They are very large scale. I would say that, I can say confidently, when I was here, I would say that ICF is probably the single largest coach builder in the world, even bigger than anyone in China. Yet scaling up with quality remains an issue with supply chain. What with annual tender process, not being able to establish an ancillary system like the automotive companies, how in such a situation do we develop a supply chain of motivated and stable suppliers when they have to look at every new tender as a new business?
Yes, sir. I think this is one of the most important questions which all of us are also grappling with even as we speak now. And if we want to compete in the global market and significantly improve our quality, then we have to come out of this piecemeal tendering system. We have to go for long-term partnerships. I think this was mentioned morning also in the first session that they are not vendors or suppliers anymore. They are our business associates. They are our partners. And if we look at history, and most of the companies, for example, when we talk of manufacturing excellence, the one name which comes to all of us is Toyota. So Toyota always started with, in fact, Toyota officers were on the management board of their suppliers. That is the kind of system they had. So we have to handhold our partners, we have to lift them up, we have to share our manufacturing systems with them, And it will not be one way. There are many good practices even we can learn from the small industries, which we can incorporate in, because they work with being a production unit of railways. Working capital is not really a constraint for us. But the private companies, it is the cash is king. So we can learn a lot of things about how they manage frugally with minimum inventory, how they manage their day-to-day work planning, how they manage their scrap. There is lot of things for us also to learn. But unless we go for long-term contracts, unless we go for partnership with our whom we presently call as vendors, we should stop calling them vendors, we should call them partners. Unless we go for long-term partnership, unless we have very, very close hand-holding with them, it will be a very big challenge for us to achieve whatever we have been talking about all through the morning today. That reality is something which in policy we have to definitely make a change. Lot of proposals have been sent. In fact, lot of Ministry of Railway is also seeking for a lot of proposals in this area, not specifically with respect to vendor management, but in general, a lot of proposals have been asked, and ICF has been regularly trying to argue for this case that we should have, we have to significantly change the way in which we deal our procurement.
Very good points, but in a situation where the ICF does not even know the next 3 years production program, broadly it knows, but not in great detail. How does it do hand-holding of a supplier with a long term? The problem is that if you have a long-term contract with some supplier for 10 years or 5 years, the other guys will start howling. We are not getting a chance. How do you reconcile with this?
Yes, sir. First of all, it has to start from a stable production program. We cannot, our production cycle requires some certain lead time as on today. Maybe with coming years and with coming stability that may shorten, but the design cycle, the procurement cycle and the production cycle need some time. So if production programs are changed frequently and sudden demands are coming up, it upsets the entire cycle. Right from starting from design, it upsets the design cycle, it then design cycle cascades onto the procurement cycle, then those cascade onto the suppliers, and ultimately the products, everything results in what we see in the product. So yes, the starting point has to be that there has to be a stable production program. Again, it is a wishful thinking. What is the reality we know, but in case Ministry of Railways is thinking seriously that we have to take our production and coach manufacturing to next level, then the entire management philosophy has to take a change right from the planning from the railway board side also.
I agree. This is again wishful thinking. Let's hope somebody is listening. Coming to Mr. Manohar Raja, Principal Executive Director of RailTel. Now he has a unique position because he deals with technology. When we speak of high speed, I will not bother you with signals too much because while in railways we talk of signal and telecom in the same breath, and today the public consciousness is occupied by so-called something called Kavach. We'll not go there. But high speed train requires high speed compatible signals, no doubt. That is for another day. What I am asking you, Mr. Manohar Raja, is that there's so much data being collected online, real time from the trains or the locomotives. Data connectivity through your networks is instant. Data analytics are still lagging, let alone artificial intelligence. There is so much data and past data and current data that we can train the largest AI model in the world to help us in running our railways. We are not doing it. What is holding us back? Is it policy or is it really not understanding the complexity of data? Is it size of our servers or our model? How will you as RailTel enable this to make use of available data into data analytics and artificial intelligence?
Very thought-provoking question, sir. But so let me start with I think we have to think why are we not doing it? So what problem are we trying to solve? I think if we decide what is the problem we're trying to solve, a lot of things will come that way. Because now Vande Bharat has become the flagship program of the nation, of the National Railways, and so it is well accepted and scheduled to scale. The problem will come when you start building an O&M perspective for it. Do you manufacture and send them out? The fleets are fairly new. The problems are in a controlled fashion. But as you age, then is what you will start seeing the problems, and how do you manage that? And these things cannot be retrofitted. A lot of them have to be thought through at the design stage. So what I think, sir, is we must follow what other industries are doing similar. Maybe aviation is a little too involved, and probably their stakes are very high. They can sensorize almost everything. The other end, of course, is the automotive industry. Again, they also, if you look at it, the automotive industry is almost caused a chip shortage in the industry because of their consumption. So, there's one famous person saying that a car is just a computer on wheels. So similarly, you will have to figure out how you want to sensorize the coaches and trains if you want to build constant intelligence and then use that data for building intelligence. But I think not to get too ahead of ourselves, even today, the Vande Bharat is talking to us. The question is, are we listening? There's tons of telemetry already coming in. I'm sure it is lying in some hard disk somewhere and something, and probably we'll use it for some analysis sometimes. But I think this data is real time. It's the heartbeat. It is talking to you, and we must just figure out how we can start using the existing data. I think this is an important thing. In this, so what I feel is the way the industry is moving is the concept of a digital twin. All the data which is there, especially in a confined or a material thing like a coach or a train set, it has a lot of sensors, already information which about the train, representing train, and it is on the move, and the cost of a detention is very high, a lot of inconvenience. So if you want very quick thing, we should know here in a command control what is the position of that train. Okay, first thing is to prevent. Now, one thing is to fix when it fails. Second thing is to even prevent. And for that, you need to have real-time information about that train set with an expert, the expert system here. The digital twin actually essentially has several models. I think we probably are at level 1 or probably pre-level 1, I would say, where the first model is about just a digital representation. All the sensors, all the components which are there, which can be sensed, are represented in a visualized fashion, so people can observe and take distance perhaps in a remote location, from a remote location. I think the next stage would be a level 2, which definitely should possible, is become this bit more diagnostic. In maturity level 2, along with the observation of whatever is the parameters which the train set is beaming to you, you have already the benchmarks and normative values, what those numbers should be, and then you can probably sense where things are going wrong and perhaps schedule some directed maintenance and things like that. It is a bit more of analytical thing. It's a kind of direct diagnostic model. But I think at least from wherever we are, we should aim for level 3 kind of maturity, where we have to have some kind of predictive model. And that is what I think we should, where we not only diagnose, but we can figure out what are the things to be, next steps to be taken, what kind of thing. The train is fully, the train panel or the driver view is fully available to the experts here. They know exactly what is going to happen. They know what every critical component, what the behavior is. I think if these kind of things are done, I'm sure
with the kind of TCO you can see and the performance you can see with the train over a long period will be very good. The future is, I also think that because technology is moving so fast, we cannot, perhaps it's an opportunity for us to leapfrog. There are the level 4 and level 5, some of them are planning. I think we can even think of level 4. Level 4, it becomes a bidirectional thing, wherein you can actually decide from here, do some what-if analysis, and make changes from the command control to the far end. So this happens in aviation, happens in space industry. So that also can happen in a two-way. But for that, we need very strong communication network, very strong security framework, and things like that. But I think, sir, this, especially if we are trying to be part of the global ecosystem, and I understand ICF has, rightfully so, well-placed ambitions to be the global market. I think we have to think this layer through very well. We have to have a roadmap, even if we cannot straight away jump there, but we should have a roadmap where we want to go and take those next steps there in terms of connectivity, in terms of sensorizing, more importantly due to in terms of security. Security is also another thing which you cannot retrofit. And one last thing I would like to say is even in digital twinning, there are some IFC 4.3, I think, there's a standard. So if you try to do everything open standards, vendors can interoperate. Vendors can give black box models as a functional spec. So all those things can be coming, and there's incentive for the vendors to improve from their black box. I think these are the ways I think we can adopt digital technology to really raise the bar for the future train sets.
Thank you very much. You actually taken the word out of my mouth about digital twins. The kind of data that we have, and we are creating every second. A digital twin is the next logical step to do. I'm sure, I think ICF is doing some work on that, and we'll take it to conclusion. However, once your system becomes data-based, I mean, not database-based, but data-based, based on data, how do you ensure 100% foolproof cybersecurity or hacking proof? This is a question which will come to mind immediately when you have online diagnostic and level 4 communication like that.
I agree, sir. So the reason I mentioned about security earlier. The more you digitalize, the more you build your systems are built on data, I think the attack surface increases. I think therefore it's very important, and there are some standards which are already emerging for critical communications and especially for critical IoT communications. I think we should start adopting them right from today, and as far as possible, it should be, a network should always be with having an air gap with the internet. This thing, it appears to be like we are being too precautious, but there's nothing like being too precautious in this industry. Because as the technology is improving, while we are maybe getting a little smarter, but probably the qualified actors are getting more smarter than us. So we have to always plan for the worst, and we have to think like whatever happens, we'll have to figure out the openness. We should stay away. The internet should not be connected to any of these critical communications. We have to find a way to connect everything very safely, even though it will complicate and probably raise the cost of our approach today. But I think that is something which our future generations will thank us. I mean, not in the real generation, and the future engineers, even 3-4 years down the line, will appreciate us.
Thank you so much. Now, coming to Mr. T.Rajan, he is now the CD Electrical and has big challenges because the expectations are higher now from ICF after having built the first lot of 100 or so Vande Bharat trains. The trains are now being outsourced to other companies, other PSUs. It's also a challenge, but I'm sure we can meet that. Now, the onboard digital systems that we have on the train, that transforms the functionality of coaches. Passenger interface, the data flow to the your maintenance systems. So, and smart power management. How do you propose to bring about smarter power management on the coach, on the train, I would say, and data monitoring into the next line of train sets, so that we should say with confidence that the next lot of train sets, I mean next means as 3-4 years or 2 years from now, should be distinctly different in power management, in data management, and in passenger interface with the data.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sir has rightly told that now we have come out of phase 1 of ICF, where we already manufactured 100 hard trains. And but I can tell you this Vande Bharat was not just a semi-high-speed train. This train has opened up a lot of avenues for information. For example, this train first time we introduced CCMS, where this centralized control monitoring system is there, and that CCMS data is transmitted to the through remotely to the servers, where this data is seen by us, and we are analyzing actually the air conditioning problems in the coaches remotely, and we are able to address the issues. Similarly, this TCMS on Ethernet based system has opened up the avenue now for IoT things. We can integrate any digital system available on board, and that can be transmitted to any OCC centers, and through some AI software can be analyzed, and alerts can be generated, and it can be forwarded to the maintenance people. So we can move towards, we can say, predictive maintenance instead of already doing preventive or breakdown maintenance. Similarly, sir, what I can see now in future that since actually the time in coming time we'll be seeing lot of sensors and lot of data collection from the sensors and analysis of the sensors, and that will facilitate further that we can go towards those systems where this we can go for integrated power management system also, where this when the train is moving, it will collect all the data from all the sources where it is power is getting consumed and optimize that consumption. Like when you see when the flight is taking off, your lights are dimmed like that. So here also, since we know that this train takes high current only during starting of some 20-30 seconds only. The total time it takes is around 129 seconds to reach 160 kmph speed. And so for a very short time, this remains in a high current zone. So during that period, we can easily dim the lights, we can easily switch over to the low speed mode for the RMPUs, and we are having a system of switching up the low power mode and high power mode in the converter cooling system. So that also it will take, and accordingly we can optimize the current drawn from the overhead system, and definitely that will save a lot of energy and make our train much more efficient. The further what I'm telling you, since we have come out of phase 1, now we are entering to phase 2. ICF is not only manufacturing the Vande Bharat. ICF has now become, actually we are operating the train also now. We have got an integrated control and command center at ICF, where we are getting data from all over the Indian Railways, from all corners of the Indian Railways, and we are reaching data now actually, everything. The only thing is that now how to utilize the data to predict the maintenance and reduce the maintenance and ensure better reliability and better punctuality of the Vande Bharat. So phase 2 what we are entering is that the maintenance part, where now these trains are undergoing SS1, SS2, and we are facing the issues of interoperability, availability of the inventory. There only this the standardization and finalizing the specifications, designs first, and then manufacturing comes. The Vande Bharat platform has been right now been open type of specification, and people have been designing and giving their own type of systems, where we are now facing problem in the interoperability and availability of the this thing also. So maybe in coming time we will be going towards designing the things first and then manufacturing the things, so that like some people were in the first session, they were telling that the trains which comes out of ICF, NCF and RCF, they should be similar, we should not have this. So that is a possibility actually. So what I see, another thing is that what I'm seeing is, since this data is all available now, we have got lot of even OBC system, onboard condition monitoring system, where all these bogies will be having sensors and they will be able to give the health of the springs, bearings and all those things. So they will also help us. Then I'm able to see that since this drone technology is developing so fast, I'm dreaming, I don't know whether it may be true also that all our trains will be piloted by drones. So they will see any obstacles coming or anything happening in this thing and can safely propagate our trains forward. So yes sir, definitely this data-driven system is going to help us a lot in coming time, and we are also working towards that, to use that data to the fullest possible advantage to the railways.
Thank you, Praveen. If we have some time, so I would, while thanking the CII for this wonderful conference, I also want our panelists to give their dream requirements to the CII. How do they want the CII to help make all this happen? To bring industry, supply chain and the technologies and the international expertise and the manufacturers together. Just one-off conference is not good enough. There has to be a continuous effort from the industry and from the manufacturing, from the government policy, everywhere, so that there is a continuous, like look at CRRC and what they do. There is a continuous input from everywhere, including the CPs. So I would request all of you to please spend 1 minute on this, what your dream is from the CII, expectations. Then I will give my set of dreams. Mr. Ramji, please.
See, from the supplier point of view, where a CII can continue to, support is basically, CII can actually continue to play a bridge between the enterprise and the vendors or the suppliers, where what all technologies that are actually being showcased by the industry in such CII events, those technologies needs to be converted to practical implementations. So it will be great if CII can actually continue to act as a bridge to bring these technologies to conclusions for the benefit of the industry, for the benefit of the enterprise, by which it ends up finally it ends up benefiting the general public. So that will be a great thing that as a supplier to think of if it can be taken up. Yes, sir.
What the problem statement I would think we should address is, the world across, everybody acknowledges that Indians are among top of the line when it comes to IT and solving deep technology problems. But when it comes to public infrastructure projects like what we do in the railways and everything, we don't seem to attract the best kind of talent to it, primarily because of our procurement model. So this is not just for CII, but it's for all of us to think. I think the procurement models which are suitable for building bridges or roads or buying some things are really not when you want to have a very ambitious plan of, say, building, creating the next generation digital twin enabled train sets. I think it requires a very close collaboration for a long time, both public and private and small startups investing their time and energy and suitably compensated. So I think this current procurement model we have to find how we can innovate. I think these problems have been solved by the Airbus ecosystem to some extent, with some kind of state support and or industry-wide support. I think because together, I think when it comes to IT, we can really solve almost any problem we want, and I'm sure the young people sitting in Chennai, Bangalore and Pune are solving all the world's toughest problems. So we must use that talent to solve the problems which we have or what ambitions we have. And this is the wish list. Thank you.
We are speaking about the rail sector here. The first difference what I see is we do not spend on research. We leave it to the industries or the vendors. And there is no organized research for the rail technology in this country, either in the government sector or in the private sector. So that is where the contribution of CIE, maybe partnering with the government to set up a research center where we can develop the core technologies. Today we make coaches, we are proud of Vande Bharat, we are proud of so many things making here. But many components still we get it from outside of the country. They are core technologies. We don't have access to that technologies. None of our suppliers are trying to develop those technologies here. Maybe it requires research. We always look for short patches. That is, tomorrow I want the train, let's buy and put it. We do not wait for 5 years to have the technology in our hand. So this is where a big contribution will come. Let's work on the technology. Maybe down the line after 5 years or 7 years, we'll have access to the technology and we'll be the exporter of this technology to the world over. And that is where I feel that's my dream. And I feel if that happens, perhaps we'll be self-reliant in the technology as far as the rail sector is concerned. Thank you.
So like Sir has told that we should have a research center and we should be able to own some technology, our own designs. And what I see in future, sir, that whatever this technology is evolving so fast, so we get rid of this conventional technology and request the industry partners to bring the new technologies to us. We are not even able to introduce silicon carbide in the converters because they are very high switching devices. Introducing a lot of EMI, EMC issues in our trains. So that solution it has to come. Similarly, the PMSM also, right now we being told that we are not able to afford it. That is one of the reasons. But then we have to start and bring this technology to this. And I hope that very soon we see these technologies. Similarly, now since we have gone to low voltage technology everywhere, 24 volt, 12 volt systems everywhere. So we should also come out of this 110 volt systems and we should be able to come up with some solution where we have a low voltage available in the train, making it more safer. Similarly, this wired communication between the coaches, trains, there should be getting rid of that, and we should have wireless communication between the coaches to make it more reliable and more punctual. Thanks.
CA is basically a bridge between industry and the coach builders. I'll give you a little background. When we first made two train sets, we kind of imported a large number of user interface items. Because there are only two trains, that is okay, that is possible and maybe practical. But when we are making dozens of trains, that's not sustainable model. You have to have the local industry to develop these items. Then we interacted very closely and aggressively, proactively with the Indian industry and industry partners. And our experience has been mixed. For some of the items, we could develop local sources and without compromising with the quality. But some of the items, we are not so successful. If I see the metro example, like varying from metro to metro, in fact their power is still higher. Many other items, still we depend upon the imports. HVACs are being imported, car body doors are imported, emergency exit doors are imported. In fact, we started making the A-springs in the year 2000. In the last 26 years, we could not make air string in India. See, we are talking about, knowledge, research and all that, that's fine. Okay, that should go on. That is mostly helpful where you are starting something doing new. But my opinion is that the quickest and the most practical way of doing the things is, in fact, I have dealt with a lot of our Indian OEMs. The sincerity is not lacking. The intentions are not any doubtful. But what we normally do is to try to develop something from scratch. And it's a very specialist process. It takes a very long time to come to that stage where actually it's acceptable and where it can be approved, where people have got confidence to use it. It's very difficult. But the most practical way is, industry partners I'm telling, and where the CA also has got a role to play, is that please go in for the technology transfers. That is the most quickest and most practical way of doing the things. That's what actually China has done. Of course, China does not need any technology transfer now. In fact, that's called master system technology now. When they were actually developing these items, what they did initially, first few items they imported from outside. Then they said that you make it in China and give the technology also to us. That's what they did it. And the local Chinese industry actually have assimilated technology, and in fact they have beaten up the other countries also. So here, the role of CA would be to facilitate that. Maybe some policy tweaking will be required. To further to what I said, or policy tweaking will be required. How to make technology transfer as a mandatory requirement in our supply management system, so that perennially we will not depend upon imports. So all of us cannot think over it, control it. Why ASP? That simple thing as ASP. For 20 years, more than 20 years, we cannot make it in India. In fact, out of China, we are the now most active rail system in the world. In fact, if the passenger carrying capacity is concerned, we go 2 crores people every day. Apart from the metro, we made 1.2 crores people every day. The biggest in the world for passenger carrying system. Still, the simple items are importing. And my advice again is that go for the technology transfers, have a ties with them, have joint pictures with them. And there you don't have the problem of approvals also. Otherwise, metro will say that you should have supplied to the foreign metro. Very difficult that. So if you have a good partner, then that is taken care of. Technology is available to you. The process is very important. That he gives the technology, the know-how for the process. He gives the tooling. So within a short time, within a few months, you are there. You'll be able to meet our Indian railway requirement, Indian metro requirement, and also you'll be able to export also. So here, the role of CA is to play enabler role to make the policies where are required between the government of India and also with the MOA, who was nodal for the metro process. What's my
Sir, you have asked to dream and imagine. So, but coming to the 2 questions you posed me, I will start from there, sir. So I think the challenge is that the crux of the issue is that we have long-term partnerships with our industry partners. So I think CII is a forum which represents a wide variety of products, services, etc. So it should be probably the next goal of CII to tackle this issue of our procurement policy. If we want to build next generation trains, we should have next generation rules also. We cannot work with 1800s rules and make 21st century trains. So that is something which CII can definitely articulate much better to the policy makers, and there is a serious need to review the procurement policy. That is as far as CII is concerned, sir. I think many of the things which other panelists have spoken also will weave into this. For example, R&D. Why will anybody invest in R&D if there is no guaranteed market? Why will anybody go for TOT if there is no guaranteed market? So the crux of it lies in changing our procurement policy. Yes, sir, as you mentioned, there will be some people who are in and some people who are out. But we hope that it's a fair market and competition takes care of that. This is, but I have some other wishful thinking for the railway, Indian railways also, sir. I think we are talking about going to the next level, adopting new technology, etc. So even our way of working, we have to change it and adopt new technology very actively in our day-to-day working. So I'm not saying that using ChatGPT to ask some few questions. We have to go and use AI in our day-to-day work in a much bigger way. If AI can write code today, why can't tomorrow it make the design itself? And why should we not be the pioneers in moving this kind of AI, which will actually make the coach designs? Of course, a human will be required to tweak it. But if we can ask AI, if I don't know one line of coding and I can generate a very good website in half an hour, why can't an experienced designer use that AI to make his work better, make less errors, make a better design? So we have to adopt AI in a big way in our day-to-day working. We have to embrace it, and we have to leave. It is no longer the old engineering which we are doing. We have to change the way we work, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raman, and thank you, gentlemen, for your enlightening thoughts. My dreams are a little bigger. I hope somebody from CII is taking notes. You are. Okay. Now, this kind of jamboree is good, brings people together, enthuses them, creates a spark in the industry. But a far more productive would be to hold small meetings, conference room meetings. Your experts, industry experts, vendors, to come and brainstorm over only chai and samosa, nothing else. 2-hour session. I'll give you some areas where we can discuss. Number one, material science. We have very little research in material science in India. Whatever is being done by some defense establishment, some Midani and all those sale, all private pockets or reserve pockets. We need to have interactive research. Interactive research means feedback from industry on polymers and rubbers. Mr. Srinivas said rubber, we have not been able to make rubber springs, air springs. That's primarily because of rubber. Can't we make a rubber in this country? Apparently we cannot. Now CIA has to bring together rubber technologists from academia, from startups, from industry and challenge them. And a solution can emerge, believe me, it can emerge over chance and also how to go about it. The defense in India has been a late starter in privatization, very late starter. We have been much earlier, but they've done a marvelous job of integrating startups in their production systems. We have not. And it's not, that's a national security system. Still they have brought in private players and startups. We have not been able to do that. We have an IIT next door, we have NIITs all over. Every unit has some big institutions. The CII needs to create a platform where academia and industry and the buyer and the technology partner can come together again over chai and samosa. Not in big jamborees. It is a low cost, high impact exercise if you can do that. There is no doubt that there is a direction towards integrating mechanical, electrical, electronics and data systems into new rolling stock. It will happen. We should make it happen in an integrated fashion, in a systematic fashion, so that we can match with the best in the world. I again thank my panelists and the audience for this wonderful session. Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Thank you, Shubhranshu. I think either Ramchandran or Srinivas could answer. Now, the ambience and comfort of passengers is okay in terms of materials and all. What I think concerns me, as I have seen, is the fire safety of the coaches. I think something I think we need to address. I have seen old integral coach, flat 2 minutes, entire AC 3-tire coach got burned. And we couldn't retrieve even a single passenger all that we got was 2 fistfuls of ash. I think fire safety of modern coaches is something I don't know as to whether it's being actively addressed and what is being done to that. Are we doing any testing to make sure as to how fire retardant are they? I would like that to be clarified.
Actually, we are tackling this on 2 fronts. One is we are providing the fire sensors in the coaches. Like in the past coach, we have got 40 fire sensors inside the coach. And also in the toilets, we are providing the fire sensors. And also in all the electrical cabinets, we are providing fire sensors. So that in case of a small dust, there is any indication of a fire or smoke emanating, it will be caught. And the signal will go to the TCMS and corrective action will be taken. This is the first stage of fire being prevented from propagation affecting the coach of the passengers. I think in fact I feel that is the most important thing. And next is coming to the materials. Materials may of course we got some role regarding use of the fire retardant materials. But generally what is seen is that the first 2 minutes are very important. And most of the casualties happen due to the not the fire as such, but due to the smoke. So now we have got the EN414, these standards are there as per that. For the sleeper coaches, for the day coaches, certain standards are laid down. For the sleeper coaches, we have to use HL3 grade materials. So now we have changed over to these HL3 materials for the sleeper coach. For the day coaches, we have changed over to the HL2 standards. So they also have a role that they can prevent the fire to some extent. But finally, we have to go for the fire detection. That is the most most effective way of doing the things.
Okay, Mr. Ramachandran, please. You have to say.
Just to add what Sir said, I think most of it he has covered, but I think of late we have seen that Indian Railways has been very, very stringent in terms of selection of materials in compliance to the HL3 norms, and I think that's a good step, and it has to be mandatorily followed in most of the procurement processes, which Sir was mentioning, that has to be a criteria in procurement process.
Okay, we have time for one more question. You are the first to raise your hand.
Mine will be very short. You told about the CAA's role. I have a suggestion that the CAA has got about 18 centers of excellence on various subjects, including water management and computerization and data systems. Why not Railways come forward, Ministry of Railways and the Ministry of Industries together, create a center of excellence for rail industry, because there is a center for logistics, center of excellence for logistics at Chennai. I don't know whether they don't deal with railways, I know that. But rail related, I know metro they must be doing something. But rail related systems, if they could create a center of excellence, it will be a good bridge for connecting the industries. You can throw the problems to center of excellence and they can respond through the industry.
That's a good point, sir. We have one more question from the industry.
I have one question here, sir.
Mr. Sharma, please.
One question.
From here.
So good afternoon. So my submission is that when we are looking at developing the the rail infrastructure, we'll have to take a holistic approach. Whether it is the customer experience, we have to look at it from the safety point of view of an airline industry, because the moment a customer enters into the railway realm, he should be feeling the experience of that first 5-star experience, whether it is the safety standards, whether it is the station management, whether it is the coaching. So we'll have to have a holistic approach about the entire gamut of offerings that Indian Railway has, whether it is freight. That's my submission.
That's a dream which I also dream.
I have a question, sir.
Yes, the last question.
Yeah. This question should have been addressed to the first panel session. Anyway, we didn't have time. There was no time for questioning. So I am raising the question now. Before the last IRC, 2 years before that, I applied for a patent. 2 years before this IRC, I got the patent. The patent is on 30%, 60%, 100% additional seats inside a coach for first AC, second AC, and second class. At the same time, like the gentleman just said, there should be a feeling for the passenger that he is entering a zone where he is given comfort. So the luxury that these coaches offer is 100%. Every seat is a reclining seat, and every seat has a moving seat. It's luxury to the core, whether it is first, second, or second class, unreserved. So can we take this type of a design with CIS help, samosa and chai, and get this into the Indian railway system whole? Thank you. This includes the metro, Alstom also. Thank you.
The ICF management is here. They are hearing you. They are listening to you. Maybe you can come and discuss with them, and they will not steal your patent. Don't worry. They will give you royalty for that if they use it, and that's I can assure you that. So thank you very much, everybody. No, we don't have any more time. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen, the panelists, and the audience.
Thank you to all the panelists for the engaging session on future-ready rail coaches. To felicitate the panelists, I would like to request Sri Subhranshu to kindly do the honors. Sri Raman sir to kindly do the honors, please. I'm sorry. To Sri Subhranshu. To Sri Srinivas. Shri P.K. Chauhan. To Shri Devi Prasad Das. To Mr. Manohar Raja. To Mr. Ramachandran. Thank you all. Please come forward for the group photo. Thank you all. With this, we now come to the end of the insightful conference today. I'm sure the discussions that happened today will reinforce the opportunities that lie ahead in the rail coach industry. On behalf of CII and ICF, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to all the speakers, industry experts, and the participation for your active engagement and participation throughout the day. We now officially conclude the conference with the national anthem. I request everybody to kindly raise for the national anthem.
जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जगति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you everyone. Wishing you all a great evening.